go, guys. How you feeling about that? Well, we're really excited about getting going in Texas. I'm like, oh, all right. That's really all I needed to hear about that. So I digress. Spring training, last game in Florida, coming up this afternoon in just about a half hour's time. Before that, the curious case of Masataka Yoshida. Boston, wanting to employ Yoshida as an outfielder with Rafael Devers locked into the DH role on a daily basis, is choosing to wait until Yoshida is ready to throw in a game setting before letting him play in the big leagues. To that end, Yoshida will start the year on the injured list as he looks poised for plenty of at-bats with AAA Worcester throughout April. On Saturday, manager Alex Cora acknowledged that Yoshida will likely spend the first week of the regular season in Fort Myers, then will join the Woo Sox in Jacksonville during the first road trip of the AAA campaign. Yoshida's rehab assignment as a position player can only go 20 days, despite the severity of his injury. As an MLB.com's Ian Brown reported Saturday, the Red Sox cannot simply option him to AAA Worcester when he's healthy, per the terms of his contract. Okay. So that is the update on the status of Masataka Yoshida. Looking at his numbers in spring training, 11 games this spring, a .286 batting average, an OPS of .684. So he hasn't been hitting the ball very far, but he's been getting on base, a home run and 7 runs batted in, 8 strikeouts, and has not walked either. What an interesting line. Just reading that on the fly. So the argument here is that he's hurt or that he's not 100%, that his shoulder is not ready to go at the Major League Baseball level. That is what the Red Sox, when they reached into the hat and pulled out an answer, went with in terms of how can we get this guy off of our roster? Because there is not much about that line that suggests to me that Masataka Yoshida is not ready for opening day. But you've screwed around with this player so much since you signed that contract because arbitrarily you decided that this guy cannot play the outfield. I'm not saying he's a plus defender. I'm not saying he's a gold glover in left field. I watched both Manny and Hanley Ramirez play left field, so I can tell you that I think Masataka Yoshida could at least hold his own if you put him out there for any stretch of time over the last 2 seasons. Last year, he literally played 1 inning in left field, I'm pretty sure. So you're going with now, all of a sudden, Devers is our DH, so we want Masa to play the outfield. We decided that we would rather have Wally the Green Monster in front of the Green Monster last year as opposed to Masa playing left field. But now we're ready for him to play big league innings out in left field. Okay. Now, if you are willing to believe that at the surface level, then you are more trusting than I, because I don't buy that for a second. Here's what I think is going to happen. He will spend that week in Fort Myers, or however long the Red Sox can get away with having him in Fort Myers. It may be a week. I think if they had their druthers, it may be more. But we'll see how long they end up going with there for quote unquote rehabilitation purposes. He'll start there. He'll go to AAA. He'll play. And then he will spend, let's pick an amount of time. A month? A couple weeks a month on the roster? Where all of a sudden you'll start to see them playing some Fugazi games with their outfield. Where all of a sudden now Cedon Rafaela only plays against lefties and Masa plays against righties. And when righties are on the mound, it's Masa in left and Duran in center. And then when it's lefties, it's Cedon Rafaela in center and Duran in left. And, maybe Willie Abreu needs a blow, so they move one of them over to right field and Masa plays again, whatever else. At a certain point, Roman Anthony and Christian Campbell and Marcelo Meyer, assuming that all 3 of them don't make the roster, which right now it seems like it's only Christian Campbell that's going to end up making it out of camp. But I would imagine that you're not going to be able to keep Roman Anthony down very long. So your log jam is going to become very present very quickly with this guy. So this process isn't going to last very long. Masataka Yoshida's time on the Boston Red Sox is directly connected to Rowan Anthony's time on the Boston Red Sox, in my opinion. At some point or another, Masataka Yoshida is either going to be traded, probably for future considerations, or a player to be named later that probably never gets delivered later, or he's going to be DFA'd and either outrighted to AAA if he accepts it, or released to be signed by another team, passed through waivers, however they end up going about it. The reason that Masataka Yoshida is playing left field in AAA for the next couple of weeks is not because the Red Sox believe he's their left fielder. This is a showcase. This is a come one, come all, come on down. Watch the newfound left fielder of the Boston Red Sox. You too could own a prime Masataka Yoshida if the price is right. He can hit, he can field, he can throw, and he can be yours. That's what this is. This is an opportunity for Masataka. He's going to go down and mash, mind you. He's not one of these quadruple A hitters that you see him destroy. Poor Bobby Dahlbeck, because he's the one that I'm going to reference, but you see him go down and play incredibly in AAA, and then they call up and you just can't quite put it together. That's not what Yoshida is as a hitter at the major league level. He's a very good hitter. So he's going to go down and destroy the baseball. He's going to hit the cover off the ball. And unless you go down and watch or physically watch the games on MLB TV, or maybe they're on NESN Plus, whatever, you're going to hear very little, if anything, about how Masataka Yoshida is doing in the field. It's going to be a story that is buried as much as possible for the next couple of weeks while he's down there. Because the narrative that the Red Sox want out there is this player is healthy, his shoulder's healthy, he's still an incredible hitter, and look at him, now he can play left field too. They're not going to say how he plays left field, but they're going to try to bait somebody into trading for this player, understanding that he can now play left field. So we'll see how long this experiment goes. But my God, can you be a little bit more blatant about what you're trying to do? Does anybody honestly believe at 617-779-7937, does anybody believe that they're actually in earnest trying to get Masataka Yoshida healthy enough to be the left fielder for the Red Sox and play the monster this year? There is no shot. Even if he makes the roster and plays, because at some point you're going to have to call him up and you're going to have to throw this thing at the wall and see if it sticks. At some point he is going to play. He's going to play left field against right-handers. And then maybe he'll spare Devers a day if, I don't know, if he doesn't want to show up and hit that day. I don't know. That's its own kettle of fish. Does anybody actually believe that they're putting him through this for him to play left field? There's no shot. This is one option and one option only. This is a showcase to try to get somebody to trade for this player. And I tell you what, it honestly may work. I mean, this is a guy that can help a lot of teams in baseball. The problem is, you've spent the last 2 years just actively destroying any kind of value that this player has when it comes to being a trade asset. You went through the entire offseason telling 29 teams in baseball, please, for the love of God, will you just trade future considerations for Masataka Yoshida? And 29 teams answered you like Rafael Devers answering a question about playing DH. No. That's what they told you because you were too obvious about it. You got to play a little coy. There's some gamesmanship when you go through these kind of things. You got to make it look like, hey, I want to make a baseball trade here. I want to make a deal that benefits you and benefits me. So let's have that conversation about that deal right now. Friend of mine from rival baseball team
No.
Thank you. You don't want to approach these situations begging and pleading, please God, for the love of God, take this player off of my hands. I can't bear the sight of him any longer. And that was the narrative that you let go for about a year. So the Red Sox are doing some PR maintenance when it comes to the frontward-facing profile of Masataka Yoshida right now. And it's going to lead to stories of him getting healthy and, oh, look at him throw. Look at how his arm is throwing that baseball coming down from the minors. Probably very little else. You won't hear about the bad. You'll hear about the good. They'll make sure that you hear everything about the good with Yoshida. Then he'll come back up. He'll get a stint. He'll probably do well because, again, he's good. He's a good hitter, and I think he's at least an average fielder. Thank you. I agree. And then he'll be gone in some way, shape, or form. Because you're not gonna stunt Roman Anthony's development to keep Yoshida on the roster. You're not gonna do it for Marcelo Meyer either. It's a matter of time. So the question is, can they rebuild his image enough in order to get another team to trade for him versus just waiting the Red Sox out for them to eventually DFA him and either put him through waivers or release him outright? And if I'm 29 other teams in baseball, Jacob, I'm going with that first answer that you played from Rafael Devers. If they come, it's not a C. I will make that trade. It is a very, very obvious no.
But honestly, he was a great hitter last year.
I agree.
He really was.
I agree. And apparently the Red Sox don't seem to care about that.
Someone's got to need a DH.
I agree. And I think he can also play left field for another team in baseball too, which is why this entire year-long thing makes no sense to me. Why did you spend a year plus actively ruining how other teams in baseball see this player? Because now he's toxic. It's impossible for them to offload him. So this whole thing makes no sense to me. But I think it's very, very blatantly obvious what the Red Sox are trying to get away with this player. And we'll see if they can get a team to bite. 617-779-7937 is the number. We're going to transition over into Red Sox pregame coverage. The lineup is out. The pitchers are ready. We have baseball coverage coming up at the top of the hour, and we'll get you set for spring training action next.
The Greg Hill Show.
Bracket finally assembled.
Yes.
So what are the 1 seeds?
1 seeds, we've got Men in Flip-Flops.
All right.
Carrying an
That seems like a direct attack on me.
Yep.
That's fine.
Carrying an EpiPen. Adult Disney goer. And the last 1 seed is Rude to Wait staff.
Okay.
That's an important one.
That's the overall number 1 for me.
Did you miss something? Listen to the podcast on the Odyssey app or at WEEI.com. The Greg Hill Show. Morning 6 to 10 on New England Sports Original. WEEI. WEEI.
What's better than bacon? Bacon on everything, of course. Add Hatfield bacon to every meal, from breakfast to dinner, for the perfect sizzling taste your family will love. With flavors like hardwood smoked, applewood smoked, maple brown sugar, and cuts from classic to extra thick, there's a Hatfield bacon for every recipe. Get inspired at simplyhatfield.com and discover new ways to enjoy your favorite bacon. Hatfield bacon. Find your flavor with Hatfield and put pork on your fork.
En Lowe's, aprovecha los descuentazos solo para miembros de My Lowe's durante fiesta de primavera. Ahorra $40 en un grifo dorado Allen & Roth Chesler, antes $99, ahora $59. Además, ahorra $110 en el kit de una orilladora y un soplador inalámbricos con batería Cobalt de 40 voltios, antes $279, ahora $169. Válido hasta 3/24, hasta agotar existencias. Programa sujeto a términos y condiciones. Detalles en lowes.com/terms, sujeto a cambios.
Let's talk numbers. In-person therapy can cost anywhere from $100 to $250 per session, which adds up. But with BetterHelp Online Therapy, you can save on average up to 50% per session. Therapy should feel accessible, not like a luxury. With over 30,000 therapists, BetterHelp has served over 5 million people globally and helps you fit therapy into your busy life. Your well-being is worth it. Visit BetterHelp.com/grow today to get 10% off your first month.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
Or you could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Where'd you get those shoes? Easy. They're from DSW. Because DSW has the exact right shoes for whatever you're into right now. You know, like the sneakers that make office hours feel like happy hour. The boots that turn grocery aisles into runways. And all the styles that show off the many sides of you, from daydreamer to multitasker and everything in between. Because you do it all in really great shoes. Find a shoe for every you at your DSW store or dsw.com.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
We're back in the Miller's front yard who recently switched to True Green.
Their lawn started looking like a golf course, and PGA Tour golfers started showing up.
Here's one now hitting out of this lush green grass. He has to avoid that sandbox to keep his round going. Oh, into the sand. It's a toy dump truck and rolls out.
Oh, the neighbors love the action on this True Green lawn.
Get a PGA Tour quality lawn for as little as $1 a day. Sign up now at truegreen.com. Exclusions apply. See truegreen.com for details.
What's better than bacon? Bacon on everything, of course. Add Hatfield bacon to every meal, from breakfast to dinner, for the perfect sizzling taste your family will love. With flavors like hardwood smoked, applewood smoked, maple brown sugar, and cuts from classic to extra thick, there's a Hatfield bacon for every recipe. Get inspired at simplyhatfield.com and discover new ways to enjoy your favorite bacon. Hatfield bacon. Find your flavor with Hatfield and put pork on your fork.
En Lowe's, aprovecha los descuentazos solo para miembros de My Lowe's durante fiesta de primavera. Ahorra $40 en un grifo dorado Allen & Roth Chesler, antes $99, ahora $59. Además, ahorra $110 en el kit de una orilladora y un soplador inalámbricos con batería Cobalt de 40 voltios, antes $279, ahora $169. Válido hasta 3/24, hasta agotar existencias. Programa sujeto a términos y condiciones. Detalles en lowes.com/terms, sujeto a cambios.
Let's talk numbers. In-person therapy can cost anywhere from $100 to $250 per session, which adds up. But with BetterHelp Online Therapy, you can save on average up to 50% per session. Therapy should feel accessible, not like a luxury. With over 30,000 therapists, BetterHelp has served over 5 million people globally and helps you fit therapy into your busy life. Your well-being is worth it. Visit BetterHelp.com/grow today to get 10% off your first month.
Dan Ball on WEEI.
Coming up in just a couple of moments, top of the 1 o'clock hour, they will take on the Minnesota Twins. Cooper Criswell is on the mound today for the Red Sox to start 1-2, 4.70 ERA so far this spring. He was part of the competition for the last two spots in the Red Sox rotation, a competition which is still ongoing for the number 5 spot in the rotation. Criswell, Sean Newcomb, Quinn Priester among those that are in consideration for that last spot, because Alex Cora did confirm to the media that Richard Fitz has been named the number 4 starter in the Red Sox rotation. So we knew for a while that it was going to be Garrett Crochet, and then Tanner Houck, and then Walker Buehler 1, 2, and 3. The question was going to be with Brian Bayo and Lucas Giolito and Cutter Crawford. Good Lord. Remember the conversations of how there was going to be a 6-man rotation? Me too. With all of those guys down to begin the season, Richard Fitz was named the 4th starter, and he was fantastic last year, honestly. He pitched in 5 games, had a sub-2 ERA. He was a guy who opened some eyes in games where it was solely audition season at that point for the Red Sox. They were falling out of the conversation, and they desperately needed a starting pitcher, any starting pitcher, to start eating innings, just because Houck was losing steam and Crawford was clearly injured, and Bayo was kind of going up and down. He was probably their best pitcher come season's end, but you had guys that you leaned on heavily at the beginning of the year that were just starting to tire out, as is natural when you pitch to that level and that amount for the first time in your career. So Dickie Fitz was fantastic to end the season in 5 games. He'll get the nod as the number 4 starter. Last real audition for Newcomb, Priester, and Criswell during the course of this next week. So he is on the mound for a home game today for the Red Sox. The lineup, as you heard from Jacob earlier on in his trending, Duran in left, Devers the DH, Bregman your third baseman, Casas at first, Story at short, Christian Campbell at second, Wilyer Abreu in right, Connor Wong catching, Cedon Rafaela is in center field. The only change of note is a bump up for Christian Campbell up to that number 6 spot in the lineup. It seemed like the Red Sox second base audition was being held solely in the number 8 spot in the lineup for like a 2-week stretch where you saw Campbell in that spot and then you saw Marcelo Meyer getting some spin there. David Hamilton would hit there from time to time. But it's been more Campbell than not in recent days, in recent weeks, and it really does seem like it's his job to lose and that the team desperately wants him to be the starting second baseman for the Boston Red Sox. And that's really exciting. That's exciting to see that one of the big three has the opportunity to break through at the beginning of the season. And already off the rip, we get the chance to see one of these incredible prospects, which we've been sold on for years at this point. We finally get to see one of them break through on opening day if things go the way that it seems like they're headed right now. If they do make the choice that they want to send those big three down and just be sure beyond a shadow of a doubt that they are developed. And I think specifically you want to make sure that Christian Campbell is comfortable at second base. The defense has gotten better as the spring has gone along. If you wanted to give him a bit of a dip down there just to dominate and get his confidence up, I'd be fine with that. Same thing with Marcelo Meyer. If you wanted to give him more reps at second base, though I think that was more of a pipe dream than anything else. I think he's a guy who deserves a little bit of a run in AAA just to stay healthy and really have a dominant couple of months staying on the field, playing every day at short and at third, both or wherever you choose to put him. And Roman Anthony's kind of somewhere in the middle, where he is both the victim and the beneficiary of the logjam that goes on in the outfield right now, where you have Rafaela who is hitting over 300 in the spring. He's a dynamic defender as well. So you know that he's going to get time. Duran's obviously playing every day. Abreu had a Gold Glove season out in right field. So you have 3 very good outfielders on the Red Sox as currently constructed, and the whole unknown of what is Masataka Yoshida going to be and where is he going to play when he ends up coming back healthy on this group. So many a question in front of Roman Anthony. That's why I think the Yoshida thing is going to be a short-term problem, not a long-term, because you're not going to block him. The question then becomes, well, who's the odd man out? Does Rafaela become one of the better super utility players in baseball? And he is your 10th man, essentially, where he's probably going to play at least 2 out of every 4 days, for example, a little in the infield, a little in the outfield, but may not play every single day. Or is there a move to be made? I'll tell you what I'd love. I'd love Roman Anthony to dominate at the beginning of his season in AAA, so much so that you get to the point where you can move Wilyer Abreu in a trade for a closer, Mason Miller, and that's the way that you both solve your back end of your bullpen question, which still exists right now, and you also bring up one of the best prospects in baseball. So that is my pie in the sky hope for what happens in that situation, to where you can have Anthony in left and Rafaela in center, and I guess Duran moves over to right in that situation, or maybe Rafaela moves over. I don't know. Many a moving part to discuss with the Boston Red Sox, but all I know is that Red Sox baseball is coming up next. Red Sox against the Minnesota Twins here this afternoon, and then stick around after coverage of the Red Sox because we'll bring you March Madness round of 32 action in the later afternoon into evening as we'll carry you through the rest of the Sunday. And then don't forget the Greg Hill Show, Jones and Keefe, WEEI afternoons, and the Christian Arcand Show, all on the slate for Monday. I'll be with you tomorrow afternoon from 2 to 6 doing updates on WEEI afternoon, so hope you'll tune in for that. Have a wonderful rest of your Saturday afternoon here in the Boston and Greater Massachusetts area.
You too,
and Red
Dan.
Sox baseball. Thank you, Jacob. Much appreciated, my friend. Red Sox baseball on the way next. See ya.
Make it, do it, makes us.
Afternoons with Hart, Fitzy, and Johnson.
The 32 nickname bracket,
Best
greatest
nickname in Boston sports history.
I think is going to win.
Okay, yes.
The GOAT.
Nope. I think Gronk beats out the GOAT. Patriots will not win.
Oh, who you got winning? I do like Rocket.
Big Poppy.
You think Poppy's going to win?
That's my favorite nickname.
Did you miss something? Listen to the podcast on the Odyssey app or at WEEI.com. Afternoons with Hart, Fitzy, and Johnson. Weekdays 2 to 6 on New England Sports Original WEEI.
Regresaron los Pro Días de Ahorros a Lowe's con ofertas por tiempo limitado. Ahorra hasta 40% en electrodomésticos selectos y además ahorra $100 extra por cada $1,000 de compra en electrodomésticos selectos. Además, no pierdas la oportunidad de activar y ganar 3 veces los puntos en herramientas selectas de Walt y Klein Tools. Lowe's, nosotros ayudamos, tú ahorras. Válido hasta 3/28. Selección varía por lugar hasta agotar existencias. Detalles y artículos que califican con un asociado o en Lowe's.com.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Geico gives you a total car coverage combination from flats to fender benders to dead batteries. Kind of like combining ranchera, video game music, and a high school choir on helium. Sounds like a hit to me. Whatever you need, get more with Geico.
This episode is brought to you by Allianz Travel Insurance. Landed in Kyoto, but your bag went to Paris? We could help with our benefits for lost or delayed baggage. Learn more at AllianzTravelInsurance.com.
Hey, not to be dramatic, but you should smell this. It smells so good.
Whoa, that's quite the reaction to mixing and matching Gain scents. Let's hear another from Ashley, who mixed Gain products and went...
I'm so excited.
Yes, you are. What about you, Isaiah?
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. And Emily summed it up like so.
It is just chef's kiss.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Mix, match, more happy with Gain.
Embrace the season with plants, flowers, and more during Spring Starts event at the Home Depot. Find everything you need to bring more convenience, entertainment, and security to your home. Explore a wide selection of smart home tech like cameras, doorbells, thermostats, lights, and more. Transform your home during Spring Starts event at the Home Depot now through April 2nd. Product varies by store. See store for details.
You feel that? The NWSL is on Ion.
Yeah, I feel it. It's game time.
Let's go! Lace them up. We're hitting up all your favorite clubs.
Showing off a little skill now. The shot and a goal! Run there!
The new Saturday Night Out is on Ion all season long. Find Ion wherever you watch.
Ion. It's on.
Lowe's knows what makes SpringFest savings even better are member-only doorbuster deals. Right now, rewards members can save $40 on an Allen & Roth Chesler Gold faucet. Was $99, now $59. Plus, save $110 on a Cobalt 40-volt battery trimmer and blower combo kit. Was $279, now $169. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 3/24 while supplies last. Program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Hiring is a lonely business. Posting jobs, sifting through resumes, interviews with unqualified applicants, being ghosted. What if you could link with dozens of qualified candidates who are ready to work right now with just one connection? That's Express Employment Professionals. Find us at expresspros.com. One connection, the workforce you need. Problem solved. Express Employment Professionals. expresspros.com.
Geico gives you more coverage, combining all your car coverage needs, from flats to fender benders to dead batteries to towing. It's a total car coverage combination, kind of like a combination of ranchera, 8-bit video game music, and a high school choir on helium. Hey,
With Geico, this is...
Red Sox Spring
training.
It's gone! Into the bullpen!
Swing and a miss. He got him! On the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Rafael Devers is not human!
Getting you ready for the 2025 season. Now, with all the play-by-play action, here's Joe Castiglione and Will Fleming.
For one final time, we welcome you to Fort Myers, Florida, the spring training finale for the Boston Red Sox, who this afternoon welcome their crosstown rivals, the Minnesota Twins. After today's game, Sox fly off to Mexico for the final two exhibitions and then open the regular year Thursday in Texas. Walker Buehler was scheduled to start today for the Red Sox, but a late scratch. He's feeling a little under the weather. He will stay back here, pitch tomorrow on the backfields at JetBlue Park. But other than that, it looks like the opening day lineup for the Boston Red Sox. It's another start for Christian Campbell at second base. That'll be fun to see if and when that decision is made as to whether or not Campbell will be the everyday starting second baseman for the Red Sox. For the Twins, they'll have Joe Ryan on the mound against the fill-in starter for the Sox, Cooper Criswell, who's still vying for a spot in the Red Sox bullpen. Joe Castiglione is here for the spring finale. We are so thrilled to have him with us. We'll have the lineups and the first pitch on a beautiful, if cloudy, warm Florida afternoon. Red Sox and Twins one last time in the spring right after this. The Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Regresaron los Pro Días de Ahorros a Lowe's con ofertas por tiempo limitado. Ahorra hasta 40% en electrodomésticos selectos y además ahorra $100 extra por cada $1,000 de compra en electrodomésticos selectos. Además, no pierdas la oportunidad de activar y ganar 3 veces los puntos en herramientas selectas de Walt y Klein Tools. Lowe's, nosotros ayudamos, tú ahorras. Válido hasta 3/28. Selección varía por lugar hasta agotar existencias. Detalles y artículos que califican con un asociado o en Lowe's.com.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Geico gives you a total car coverage combination from flats to fender benders to dead batteries. Kind of like combining ranchera, video game music, and a high school choir on Helio. Sounds like a hit to me. Whatever you need, get more with Geico.
Gain Super Flings are here to take your laundry to the next level.
Talking about Gain Super Flings. Super-sized laundry packs. These things are huge. Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings laundry packs have 4 times the Oxy cleaning power and 3 times the Febreze freshness versus Gain Original Liquid.
Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings for next level laundry.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
You're listening to Red Sox Spring Training Baseball on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Let's take a look at the starting lineups here. And this is the game that decide whether the Red Sox win the County Commissioners Cup or it's a split once again, as it was last year. Red Sox lead the series 3-2. For the Minnesota Twins, who come in at 10-15 with 3 ties, Mickey Gasper, who seems to have made the club, the New Hampshire product, who was with the Red Sox late last year, will lead off and play at second base. Harrison Bader batting second in center field. Then Edwin Julian is DHing. Jose Miranda is at first base. He's hitting fourth. Christian Vasquez will bat fifth and catch. Austin Martin, the left fielder, utility player, batting sixth. Deshaun Kiersey is the right fielder. Armando Alvarez at third base, and Brandon Wickets is the shortstop, and they didn't bring many of their A players today for this one. They have 2 more games left in Florida against the Pirates tomorrow in Colorado on Tuesday, I should say, before they head to St. Louis to open the season. Joe Ryan gets the start, a regular member of their rotation. Darren Duran leads off the Red Sox, playing in left field. Rafi Devers will hit second. He's the DH. Alex Bregman at third base will hit third. Tristan Casas in the cleanup spot at first base. Trevor Story, the shortstop, is hitting fifth, followed by Kristen Campbell, who homered yesterday, made a very nice diving play on a line drive, and he will be at second base batting sixth. Wilger Abreu in right field is hitting in the 7th position. Connor Wong will bat 8th and catch, and Cedon Rafael in center field batting 9th, with Cooper Criswell pitching 1-2 this spring with a 4.70 ERA. It was due to be Walker Buehler, but he has a stomach bug, so he was scratched from today. He will not go to Mexico after the game with these clubs. Lineup cards being exchanged at home plate with the umpires. Charlie Welling will call the balls and strikes, a young umpire. Clint Vondrak at first, Manny Gonzalez at second, and Eric Bacchus is the third base umpire. Looks like we'll have pretty much a full house. The right field stands are filling up, so are the bleachers out in right center field, as the Red Sox and the Twins, the crosstown rivals, wind up the Florida portion of spring training for the Red Sox. Will Fleming's bags are packed, and you'll be having some tequila tonight.
If all goes as planned, that's exactly right, down to Monterrey, Mexico. It should be an exciting time down there. You know, the regulars are not all going to Mexico. We learned today that because he just has these newborn twins, Wilyer Abreu's going to stay back. Buehler will stay. Really, none of the everyday starting pitchers other than Richard Fitz will make the trip for the Red Sox. But Trevor Story is going to remain behind. So is Rafi Devers. But it still should be a really fun spectacle to go down, find a new town, a new ballpark, the AA essentially, Sultanes de Monterrey, and yeah, it should be a really good time to get it going. It's a little bit of a mixed feeling here, Joe, as it always is, as the regular portion of spring training here in Florida winds down, because by this time normally you'll have all the roster decisions made, but the Red Sox really want to take this thing down to the wire and use the games in Mexico as one last opportunity to see people like Christian Campbell, and especially, I think, guys in the bullpen like Bernardino, maybe even someone like Brian Mata, who seems to be making a late push to make the club in the bullpen, but nothing really officially announced other than Adam Ottavino was released. Matt Moore accepted his assignment to AAA, and it seems like maybe a couple bullpen spots are up for grabs, and that second base position does feel like more and more it is Christian Campbell's to lose.
Well, he was very impressive yesterday. As you mentioned, a diving catch on a line drive in the bottom of the first inning. Later, he turned a double play in a bases-loaded situation, an inning-ending double play on a ground ball to Marcelo Meyer, which was impressive. And he had a home run, opposite field shot to right, which was very well struck.
Jose David Flores, the Red Sox new first base coach, brought the lineup card out for the Sox. Matt Leakroy, one of my all-time favorite people in baseball, did the same for the Twins. He's their AAA manager in Rochester. Just a wonderfully delightful guy is Matt Leakroy. Great to see him here. Good trim and fit is AAA Twins manager. So Cooper Criswell's ready to go. Connor Wong's throw down to Campbell. I think Criswell may well find himself in the Red Sox bullpen. They've got more AAA depth than in years past, but that is being put to the test with the injuries to Giolito, Bayo, and Crawford. Got an update on Bayo yesterday. Get to that as the broadcast goes along. But first, here we go with Mickey Gasper into the left-handed batter's box. And the pitch from Criswell is a little bit outside that vintage sinking fastball. It is 1-0, and we are underway. 1:08 p.m. A little bit delayed as Gasper chops one foul outside the first base bag. And it is 1-1. Cooper here in spring training has pitched in 4 games, started 1. And other than a clunker in Dunedin, he's pitched very well. A guy who was really kind of a revelation a year ago for the Sox as a starter. The 1-1 fouled off by Gasper. Long run for Bregman onto the track, and it is into the seats and out of play. A ball and 2 strikes.
Criswell barely hits 90 on the radar gun, but he knows how to pitch. And sometimes it's overlooked in this day and age.
He really does spot all of his pitches up. Command artist. Started the year in Worcester a season ago, did Criswell. Made 2 really good starts there and pressed into action, and he was impressive for the Red Sox. 1-2 to Mickey Gasper, the pitch. He is a little bit high with a fastball, 2-2. Royce Lewis is in real danger of missing a large part of the season again. We saw him injure himself right here at JetBlue the other day. 2-2 is high and deep into right field. That's way back at the wall, and Mickey Gasper has led off the game with a home run to deep right field. That was a hanging breaking ball from Criswell, and Mickey, who's still looking for his first regular season big league hit, launches one to begin the game here today.
He's well aware that this game is on television back to New England and radio as well. And he's got many fans in his native New Hampshire and around Bryant College watching him.
Because of the injuries to Lewis and others, Brooks Lee, looks like Mickey's going to make the team. And I would love to see him do exactly that on their real opening day. So, after the leadoff home run, here is Harrison Bader, right-handed hitter. Criswell did not give up a lot of home runs a year ago, but that thing was torched. The pitch to Bader misses outside. The wind is not blowing that way. It seems to be blowing right to left in center field. The thing was absolutely rocked. Here is a hard ground ball on the left side. Bregman cuts in front of Story. He throws to first in time. And there's the first out of the game. Joe, it has been amazing. We watched him from afar as a visiting player and when we would go to Houston, but the command with which Alex Bregman plays third base really does jump out.
Great range there. Has very sure hands and an accurate arm. He's everything you want. That's why I won a Gold Glove.
And you can just dream about the overall left side defense for the Red Sox this season. Here's Edouard Julien, who takes the first pitch slider from Criswell. On the inside corner for strike 0-1. Sinker, sweeper, changeup, cutter, and regular slider. This time a chopper foul outside the first base bag. Gloved there by Casas. And it's 0-2 to Julien.
We've been Guardians trying to lock up some of their young players. Signed Tanner Beebe, an outstanding right-hand pitcher, to a 5-year extension today. They're hard for them to compete in the free agent market, so they took care of Tanner Beebe, and he's got more than 5 more years of control.
0-2 pitch is a swing and a miss. Good changeup from Criswell, and there's 2 away. The news is coming fast throughout all of big league baseball. So Manuel Margot was released a couple days ago, and now the Tigers have signed him to a major league contract. Gunnar Henderson, young phenom for the Baltimore Orioles, is not going to start the season on the Orioles roster. I think Boston might miss him in the opening series in Baltimore. Here's the pitch from Criswell to Miranda, right-handed hitter. Jose Miranda playing first base today. So that's yet another break for Boston early in the year as the 1-0 pitch is fouled off. Curveball.
Well, he hasn't even played a spring training game. Gunnar Henderson was hurt before spring training in intercostal muscle, so it's very doubtful he'd play in that series against the Red Sox.
But they're without Grayson Rodriguez. The Yankees, of course, without Heel. They're without Garrett Cole to start the season. So many injuries up and down. Giancarlo Stanton will not be on the opening day roster. 1-1. Here's the pitch, and that is just inside a curveball, and it's 2-1. For the Red Sox, Tristan Casas is at first, Campbell at second, Story the shortstop with Bregman off the line and back of the bag at third. Rafaela in center. The 2-1 is chopped towards Bregman. Softly hit. Alex storms in, gloves a leaping throw. So smoothly done in time, and the inning is over for the Red Sox. Abreu's in right and Duran in left. I think we're going to see this exact alignment come next Thursday in Arlington, Texas. Criswell gives up a homer to Gaspard, but then settles in. It's 1-0 Minnesota. Duran, Devers, and Bregman when we come back in the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Mom, I need to lay low for a few days.
Lay low? What's going on?
I only paid for this Hyundai Tucson.
Christopher Allen Lynch.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the car or SUV you want at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0.99% APR for 60 months or $7,500 EV bonus on the Hyundai Ioniq 5. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offers end March 31st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Huddle up. We got one play. Everything we work for comes down to this.
Quick question. Speaking of workouts, how would you rate your athletic program?
Bro, we're in the middle of the state championship.
Oh, so like a B+ then?
Dude, get out of our huddle.
Well, at Homes.com, we leave it all on the field to get you detailed information on local schools.
Off the field.
Off the field. Copy. All right, go sports.
How'd he even get in here?
Homes.com. We've done your homework.
Regresaron los Pro Días de Ahorros a Lowe's con ofertas por tiempo limitado. Ahorra hasta 40% en electrodomésticos selectos y además ahorra $100 extra por cada $1,000 de compra en electrodomésticos selectos. Además, no pierdas la oportunidad de activar y ganar 3 veces los puntos en herramientas selectas de Walt y Klein Tools. Lowe's, nosotros ayudamos, tú ahorras. Válido hasta 3/28. Selección varía por lugar hasta agotar existencias. Detalles y artículos que califican con un asociado o en Lowe's.com.
You're listening to Red Sox Spring Training Baseball on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Jarren Duran leading it off for the Sox in the bottom of the first against one of the really good pitchers in the American League, Joe Ryan. The first pitch, a fastball that misses high to Duran. 4-1. The next one is swung on and fouled. A really good changeup. That's a weapon for Ryan, who looked like he might have had some difficulty on his landing spot coming down the mound, but fouled off by Duran. It's 1-1. Jarren physically, of course, as always, looking ready to hit the ground running, quite literally, when we get to Texas 5 days from now. He's not had a super productive spring, but he's not worried about that. The 1-1 is inside. Another fastball from Ryan, and it's 2-1. Jarren in this spring training is 10 for 47 with a homer and 3 driven in. Two-tone gray and maple bat just in front of his left shoulder. The 2-1 is popped down the left field line. Back of third. In on it comes the Twins left fielder Austin Martin, and on the run. He's there to make the play for out number 1. Twins just crestfallen yet again with the injury to Royce Lewis. The starting pitching is the strength of their team. Between Lopez, Ryan, Ober, Chris Paddock, Simeon Woods, Richardson. They got a great bullpen anchored by Griffin Jackson, Yohan Duran. Here is Rafi Devers. The pitch to him is a little bit outside, sinker for ball 1. Joe, I think there's a little David Ortiz in Rafi on a number of levels, and one of them is spring training. In my estimation, how he looks is utterly irrelevant. Once the season starts, the 1-0 pitch is a swing and a miss, and it's a ball and a strike.
He spent most of his time in the cage. Of course, he was working on the shoulders, but he'll be ready to go on Thursday.
I think he looks physically more ready than he did at the beginning of camp. 1-1 to him. The pitch is just inside, sinking fastball, and it's 2-1.
Talked to Rafi before the game today, and he's all smiles, of course, which he usually is, and really looking forward to this season.
Well, you and he are quite simpatico. You know, he's an interesting character, especially given the things that he said or did not say in this offseason. The 2-1 pitch is swung on and missed. He's never been outspoken. Those of us who have the fortune of being around Rafi know that he's just not that loquacious a guy. He keeps to himself. He loves to play the game. He is happy-go-lucky, but he was irked and I think a little wounded by the decision to move him off third. The 2-2 pitch misses outside 3-2, but I think, Joe, any high-level athlete is entitled a little time to process something like that, and I believe once we get to Thursday, it will not be an issue.
I think he'll be fine with it, and he's never been a complainer.
3 balls and 2 strikes. The pitch is a chopper hard on the ground to the right side and through into the outfield. That is a base hit. Hard bounding ball, and Rafi is aboard with 1 out for Alex Bregman. I have a sneaking suspicion, too, Joe, that, you know, not everybody likes to DH. They want to be out in the field, and certainly Rafi's done that his whole career. The rhythms of it, going out to get your glove and moving around, staying engaged in the game. And you can understand his desire to do that as Bregman stands in. What a camp he's had. 12 for 41. 3 homers, 3 doubles, and a triple. The pitch to him is a strike on the inside corner. But who's to say that Rafi, a month, 2 months, and especially 4 months into the season, might not love the way his body feels, having not had to take the field every inning. 0-1 to Bregman with Casas out on deck. 1-0 Twins in the first. The pitch is a strike again, perfectly dotted by Ryan, and it's 0-2.
Well, he'll adjust quickly. I don't think that'll be an issue at all. Might be a little strange when the team goes out to the field and he goes to the clubhouse to watch video or stays on the bench.
0-2 is a hard ground ball on the left side, could be a double play. The second base for 1. The relay to first is past the first baseman Miranda. Yanked throw there from second baseman Mickey Gasper. And the inning will continue with 2 down. And Mickey, of course, came up mostly as a catcher. He's converted himself into a kind of a super utility guy, but that was not a clean turn at all. It was sort of a tailor-made double play ball they did not convert on. And so that gives a chance to Tristan Casas. Tristan has turned it on a little bit here lately in camp. 8 for 38 overall, 2 homers, 5 driven in. Pitch to him is a strike. Man, Ryan really does dot the corners of the plate, and it's 0-1. Tristan outspoken about the fact that he wants to really drive the ball the opposite way this season. He hit a majestic home run over the monster here at JetBlue this week. The 0-1 is swung on a pulled foul on the ground outside of first. And it's quickly 0-2. For the Twins, Miranda at first, Gasper at second, Brandon Wincour, the shortstop, with Armando Alvarez at third, Martin Bader and Kersey left to right in the outfield. Joe Ryan acquired for Nelson Cruz from the Tampa Bay Rays, and he's been awesome for the Twins. 0-2, the pitch is just low. Whoa. Christian Vasquez thought that was strike 3. We don't have the challenge system here. I think Christian might have tapped his helmet if we had.
He got an extra strike there.
1 ball, 2 strikes from Ryan to Casas. Joe was walking off the mound. Trevor Story would be next. He's out on deck. Bigger lead now for Bregman, and he was leaning to second, throw over to first. He just gets back in time. Psychologically, I like that head game from Bregman. He thinks probably Ryan's a little flustered, having not gotten that call, and he might take off and get Casas a new count, worst case. 1-2. Not running here. The pitch is swung on and missed. He got him with 93 miles an hour in on the hands, and the inning is over. The Twins, after 1, lead by 1. At JetBlue on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Mom, I need to lay low for a few days.
Lay low? What's going on?
I only paid for this Hyundai Tucson.
Christopher Allen Lynch.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the car or SUV you want at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0.99% APR for 60 months or $7,500 EV bonus on the Hyundai Ioniq 5. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offers end March 31st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Homes.com has collaboration tools to help home shoppers search, share, and discuss home shopping with family, friends, and their agent directly through the site. Though it was fun to get that email from your husband about that 3-bedroom in the hills, to which you replied via text that you would never live in the hills and you'd like to find a 3-bedroom closer to the beach. To which he replied, "Why are you so uncompromising?" A fun way to spend an afternoon, but we think it's just a tad bit easier our way. Homes.com. Ding dong. We've done your homework.
You're listening to Red Sox Spring Training Baseball on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Cooper Criswell back for the second 1-0 Minnesota. Some news coming out of Red Sox camp just as we were off air is Christian Vasquez, our old buddy, is in there. He takes a change up outside for ball 1. The Red Sox have announced that Quinn Priester is off to minor league camp, so that pretty much solidifies Sean Newcomb's spot as the 5th starter. As Vasquez hits a little looping line drive soft to short. It's caught by Story for a quick first out. And I think we all saw that coming, Joe. Priester was very much in the mix until a couple outings ago. He got hit very hard, whereas Newcomb had just about the best camp of any Red Sox pitcher.
And he had very good command, too. Didn't walk people like it was his track record.
Here is the right-handed hitting Martin, Austin Martin, and a changeup from Criswell is a little bit outside for ball 1. What a cool thing for Newcomb. Of course, grew up in Brockton, Mass. 31 years old, broke in with the Atlanta Braves, was dominant for a while.
Played at Middleborough High School, Cranberry Country, and then the University of Hartford.
He's been so open about how it's a dream come true for him. The 1-1 is a curveball inside, missed for Criswell, and it's 2-1. So let's see. That means he would pitch the opener in Baltimore.
Well, they have a lot of left-hand hitters, although one fewer without Gunnar Henderson now.
2-1 is a foul off the front foot of Austin Martin. So if he pitches the first road game in Baltimore, then he will have an opportunity to make a life dream come true on Sunday, April the 5th, 6th that day, at home in a Boston Red Sox uniform at Fenway Park. Pretty cool story for Newcomb. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Criswell throws, and a chopper on the right side, backhanded by Casas, who feeds to Criswell, but a little hard throw off the glove of Cooper, and that will allow the hitter Martin to race into second base. Casas made the play with a little sort of extra flourish, almost an Olay grab, and then he threw a 95-mile-an-hour fastball to Criswell over at first. I don't think he had to do that, and Criswell had a hard time holding on.
Hit it right in the glove, though. It was an accurate throw, maybe a little too hard, or something he didn't anticipate.
But you don't usually give an error to someone for throwing it too hard on the money. So that will likely be, who knows, they might just scored a straight hit and then an error on Criswell. Not that it matters all that much in spring training. Here is the left-handed hitting Deshaun Kersey. He grounds one into right field at Abreu, and the Twins know all about his arm. An absolute rocket on one hop. And because of that, Martin holds over at third. So a loud single for Kersey. And the Twins have him at the corners with one away. Just about everything Tristan Casas does anywhere on a baseball field looks different. The way that he times the pitch clock, the way that he rocks back and forth, the way that he takes pitches. But I think it is most stark defensively. All of the actions are just so distinctive to him, as Connor Wong's going to pay Criswell a little visit on the mound. I mean, again, it's hard to really nitpick on a play that was made like that. But you rarely see the soft-handed great first baseman have so much movement with the glove on a ball that's ostensibly a two-hopper right at him.
The ball was hit very hard. He did make a nice stop because it could have either gone over his head or hit him in the face. We'd have to give the pitcher the error on not catching the ball, I would think.
I would assume that's what they'll do. As it stands, he and Trevor Story feel like the prime candidates for bounce-back monster seasons if they can stay healthy. So a jam here for Criswell. He'd love one right at the middle infielders here. At the corners with one down for Alvarez, a right-handed hitter. And here's a looper into right field. That's a base hit. Armando Alvarez is going to double the Twins' lead. They're going to test Abreu. Throw is cut off by Story. And now they got Alvarez in a rundown. Campbell runs him back to first, flips to Casas, who looks to third, then throws to Story, and they tag out Alvarez. Well, that's a good job by Campbell in the middle of that rundown to get the second out of the inning. And to keep the runner at third. On the play, the Twins do score their second run. That was just about perfectly executed on all levels because Abreu hit the cutoff man right in the chest. Trevor Story, I guess he had to leap up a little bit, but that's been a point of emphasis for Kyle Hudson this offseason. The Red Sox had such great outfield defense, but they thought that's the one thing they didn't do enough of, and that is give the cutoff man an opportunity to make a play. As here now the right-handed hitting Brandon Wingcore takes a curveball for strike one. And that's the reason you do it. I mean, you're not going to have a play at third, and Story was able to steal the second out. Here's an 0-1 from Criswell that misses low, and it's 1-1. I bet you Alex Cora, Joe, would tell you that he was very happy that Campbell got a chance to be in the middle of a run down there. That's what these spring training games are all about, and he looked the part. 1-1. That's a hard ground ball up the middle, but right at Story. Takes 2 steps in, and as ever, little leaping throw to first. In time, and the inning is over. A lot of contact against Criswell in the inning, and it does get the Twins their second run. 2-0 Minnesota after an inning and a half. It'll be Story, Campbell, and Abreu when we come back in the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Mom, I need to lay low for a few days.
Lay low? What's going on?
I only paid for this Hyundai Tucson.
Christopher Allen Lynch.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the car or SUV you want at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0.99% APR for 60 months or $7,500 EV bonus on the Hyundai Ioniq 5. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offers end March 31st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
With comprehensive reports on local schools you won't find anywhere else, Homes.com is the only place to find the in-depth info home shoppers want. Very in-depth info. Curious about where a school ranks in the state? Look no further. Percentage of teachers in their first or second year? We've got it. Lowest student-teacher ratio? No problem. The best cafeteria lunch in the district for your 9-year-old food blogger? Would it surprise you if we said yes?
Homes.com. We've done your homework.
Regresaron los Pro Días de Ahorros a Lowe's con ofertas por tiempo limitado. Ahorra hasta 40% en electrodomésticos selectos y además ahorra $100 extra por cada $1,000 de compra en electrodomésticos selectos. Además, no pierdas la oportunidad de activar y ganar 3 veces los puntos en herramientas selectas de Walt y Klein Tools. Lowe's, nosotros ayudamos, tú ahorras. Válido hasta 3/28. Selección varía por lugar hasta agotar existencias. Detalles y artículos que califican con un asociado o en Lowe's.com.
You're listening to the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Trevor Story leading it off in the second. 2-0 Minnesota, swing and a miss at a high fastball from Joe Ryan to Story, who's had an outstanding camp. I thought it was really encouraging that he checked out yesterday. He had missed the day before with lower back tightness. The 0-1 is a ground ball off the glove of Ryan. The Twins shortstop collides with his second baseman Gasper, and Trevor will be safe at first. Mickey Gasper's having a rough day at second base.
Yeah, I don't know why he crossed the bag like that. It was right by the shortstop when he banged into him. Yukon Huskies leading top-seeded Florida in the West Regional, 38-32 early in the second half. Huskies trying to make it 3 straight NCAA titles. And shortstop might have been shaken up a little bit, or maybe it's Gasper. Here comes Rocco Baldelli and the trainer to check on him. But our Doug Lane's in mourning because St. John's and Rick Pitino lost yesterday, eliminated.
You know, it's funny. That was pegged as this great dramatic story, the collision of Calipari and Rick Pitino. And Arkansas came out on top. Amazing. That if Florida loses to UConn, so many brackets to get busted up, and they're going to take Gasper out of the game. So, look, you hold your breath for him because this is a guy who does have a chance to make the team.
That'd be so sad if an injury prevents that.
Well, we got to know him so well last year, and that's one of those mistakes that's kind of an effort and hustle mistake, which you certainly will live with, but man, that would be so unfortunate if that play cost him a chance at the big league opening day roster. Jefferson Morales is on for the Twins. And if Alvaro Hernandez, if I'm reading it right, they've also got some different defensive players in there than we heard were going to be out there. Is maybe Danny De Andrade is now the shortstop. We'll wait and see. Unless those are the predicted subs for Minnesota coming in. Here's Christian Campbell, who hit a massive opposite field home run yesterday in Port Charlotte. He takes a fastball high for ball one. Alex Cora has not given him the job yet. All signs point to the fact that Campbell will be the second baseman. And he said the underlying numbers have really shown that he's hitting the ball harder, chasing less. 1-0 with Story leading at first. Nobody out in the second. Here's the pitch, and Campbell takes a little bit high, 2-0.
His footwork has improved considerably on the double play.
And in some ways, Joe, the defensive part of it is more important for the Red Sox. They're more interested in his ability to do that. They know the bat will play. The 2-0 is a strike on the inside corner. I can't get over the fact that this guy looks more like Juan Soto taking pitches than anyone in the game, in that he just decides late. He commits his front side and his hands, and he's able to take pitches very late in the zone. 2-1. And the throw over to first. It would be a pretty good time for Trevor to test the legs a little bit, although I'm always a little reluctant to say that, Joe. This time in spring training, when you're so close to opening the year, in some ways you just put the red light on everybody and get them to Texas healthy. 2-1 to Campbell. Trevor digging in. He's not going. The pitch is fouled off. He does not get cheated with the swings, Christian. He's had a ton of opportunities. In fact, other than Sogard and Hamilton, he's got the most at-bats on the whole club. Christian Campbell, 46 of those, 8 hits, including that home run the opposite way. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Ryan throws. Story thought about running as Campbell swings and misses at a 92-mile-an-hour sinker. He is gone for out number 1. Well, there has been too much of that in spring training, and that's unusual because he didn't strike out a lot at all 3 levels of the minor leagues a year ago. All right, so now 1 out, and here comes Willier, who is so noticeably thinner these days. Now, that was true at the beginning of camp, but that was before the GI illness that cost him a couple weeks. Pitch is low. I was laughing before the game because Alex Cora talking about who's not going to come to Mexico with us. And he said, yeah, you know that Devers and Story aren't coming. Walker's going to pitch on the backfields here tomorrow. Buehler, that is. 1-0 to Abreu. A little bit high. And he said, and with Willier, you know, with the Twins, it makes so much more sense for him to stay back. And I thought, what do you mean? Like, he's going to go down to Hammond Stadium and take some ABs in minor league games. But, of course, Willier had literal twins of his own this week. So the new dad has a chance to hang around for a little while. The 2-0 pitch is up and away for ball 3.
Probably not getting much rest. We chatted with him before the game. Said he feels 100% now. That he's strong and completely over the illness.
The Gold Glove winner in right field. Such a good feel for the zone. Excellent left-handed hitter. 3-0. He's got the green light, and wow, that was violent, but he missed a 91-mile-an-hour fastball, and it's 3-1. Joe Ryan is fascinating. He doesn't throw that hard, but you can tell there's late life in the zone. 91, 92, and a lot of big swings and misses by these hitters. 3-1 to Willier. Here's the pitch. And a big swing and a miss. Again, 92 miles an hour, and it's 3-2. More high hopes for Abreu, especially in the second half of the season a year ago. Abreu did swing and miss way too much. And in fact, for the whole lineup, that was a big issue for the Sox. They're hoping that Bregman will change some of that. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Willier. See if Story runs. He does not, and Willier fouls it off on the third base side. I tend to think, even though Abreu is a strikeout guy, the fact that Story's not running even now 3-2 tells you they might have reined him in a little bit on this final day. Abreu stole 11 bags, 475 at-bats a year ago. And a throw over to first. They're not convinced that Trevor won't run. Last season, Abreu struck out 125 times. Too many in 399 at-bats. And historically, he's been a great on-base hitter. 2 years ago, he got on base at a 388 clip for the Red Sox. 3 balls, 2 strikes. The pitch is pop foul. He's battling Ryan back into our left. And we'll do it again, 3-2.
He's very happy to get that home run yesterday because it was his first hit in his 13th at bat. He hooked it right around the foul pole at Port Charlotte.
This swing really is a thing of beauty from the left side. 3-2. Story leading again at first. That shifted double play depth. The pitch is outside. Good take there by Abreu. He draws the walk, and the Red Sox have 2 on with nobody out, with 1 out rather, for Connor Wong. It's the way of baseball these days, Joe. There is no such thing really as double play depth anymore with a left-handed hitter at the plate. Once they ban the shift, the second baseman is almost always back on the grass and way over on the pull side.
And the explanation is the velocity of the ground balls.
Here's Connor Wong, right-handed hitter who's heated up, and he takes a breaking pitch, curveball in there for strike 1. Connor delayed his debut in camp, 4 for 26, but 2 homers and 3 driven in. He'll be the everyday catcher for the Sox. The 0-1, swing and a miss, sinking fastball, and it's 0-2. Carlos Narvaez appears totally poised to win the job as the backup catcher. And now time called, I think, by Wong. Last year, Connor, 126 games played. He did hit 13 homers and drive in 52. So much of that damage in the first half, and he also swung and missed a lot. 114 strikeouts for the Sox catcher. 0-2, 2 on, 1 out. The pitch is high. He, like Cedar Rafaela, who's on deck, has made a little adjustment. The hand position, lower them a little bit, try to make more contact. On 20-plus pounds of body mass in the offseason. 1-2, the pitch is a close pitch that's called a ball. Good take on a slider, and it's 2-2. I think that's a pitch that a lot of times a year ago Connor might have offered at. Story at second, Abreu at first. 2-2, the pitch. Swinging a line looper into left. The left fielder slips a little bit, recovers, and comes on in to make the play. Austin Martin took out a divot in front of the warning track in left, but was able to athletically get back up onto his feet and make the play. So they're 2 down now, and an opportunity for Cedar Rafaela. A lot of people behind the scenes are thinking this guy could have a monster season coming up. Cedar is in, and he takes a fastball a little bit up and away for a ball. That's a big reason why that pitch right there. Close takes for Cedar rather than being so swing happy. He's 11 for 36 with a couple homers here in spring. Here's the 1-0. Swinging a pop-up on the first base side, back of the bag. Not an easy play at all. Coming in on it is Kersey, and with the shades on, he's there to make the grab. And the inning is over. The Red Sox strand a pair. And after 2, Minnesota 2. Red Sox nothing in the Shaws and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Mom, I need to lay low for a few days.
Lay low? What's going on?
I only paid for this Hyundai Tucson.
Christopher Allen Lynch.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the car or SUV you want at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0.99% APR for 60 months or $7,500 EV bonus on the Hyundai Ioniq 5. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offers end March 31st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Lowe's knows there's no better time to refresh your kitchen because right now you can get up to 40% off select major appliances, including GE. Get started with the exclusive GE slide-in range with no preheat air fry and easy wash oven tray. Shop the Spring Into Good Things event now during Spring Fest at Lowe's. We help, you save. See associate or Lowe's.com for more details and qualifying items. Valid 3/20 through 4/2. Selection varies by location while supplies last. Exclusions apply.
You're listening to Red Sox Spring Training Baseball on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Garrett Whitlock, who's just been brilliant, is here in Fort Myers on the mound for the third inning, and we just got a shot of Mickey Gasper being carted off, unable to put weight on his left leg, so that is awful. Not much time to heal and get right for the opening day roster, so you hold your breath for the Mick. Garrett Whitlock is going to be a huge part of everything for the Red Sox, and now for the play-by-play man who's been a huge part of everything for the Red Sox for almost 5 decades. Here's Joe Castiglione.
Thank you very much, Will. Great to be with you. And here is Morales, Jefferson Morales, who replaced Mickey Gasper. And Gasper opens the game with a home run against his old team and then gets hurt just as he's about to make the big league roster for the first time out of spring training. All right, Jefferson Morales, a right-hand batter from minor league camp, lines a foul to the right side out of play. 2-0 Minnesota in the third. Griswold went 2 innings, 4 hits, 2 runs, including the home run to Gasper, no walks, and a strikeout. Whitlock, who spent the winter down here, takes it low and away. He pretty much lives down here now in the offseason. He's pitched 4 innings, allowing 1 run in Grapefruit League games this year, and of course has had several sessions on the practice fields. The pitch is foul straight back. Red Sox like him as a multiple inning reliever, but he's capable of closing too. There's been no official announcement about a closer yet, but right now it would appear to be Chapman as the upper hand. Whitlock from the set delivers. And a hard ground ball left side by the diving Story in the left center base hit. 5th hit for the Twins. So the leadoff man on for Harrison Bader, who's expected to play left field, outstanding defender. Byron Buxton so far has been healthy, which is rare for him, and he's certainly one of the best center fielders in the game defensively. Here's the pitch home, and the right-hand batting Bader takes a strike. He was with the Mets last year, the Yankees before that. First came up with the Cardinals out of Bronxville, New York. No balls and a strike. There it is. Had a little looper down the right field line. A fading foul, hitting on the grass, no play. And one of our bigger crowds here, probably around 9,800. Grandstands are filled and bleachers have a little more room, but still about 3/4 of the way filled. Here's the pitch home. Fastball strike over the outside edge. That was about chest high and over the outside edge with good movement. So a strikeout for Whitlock. And here's Julian, who struck out his first time up.
We'll never forget when we first saw Garrett Whitlock pitch in a spring game for the Red Sox. He just jumped off the page, and it's happening all over again.
Here's the pitch to the left-hand batter, and it's low. He told us something that I don't think many people were aware of. I don't think some in the organization may not have been aware of. When he was drafted as a Rule 5 pick and came to spring training, he thought, if I don't make it, I'm looking for another career. There's a strike. He said if things didn't go well, that he probably would have packed it in and be done with baseball. So he was too young to say retired, but...
Well, and he also could do a lot of other things. He's such a wonderful guy.
Runner goes in first on the hit and run, foul to the screen.
But isn't it amazing, Joe, the razor's edge that defines this game, where guys think 1 minute they might be out of it, and the next they're pitching in an ALDS at Fenway Park, and now a huge part of the Red Sox bullpen hopes.
With a long-term contract. We did an event here at JetBlue for some of the sponsors in November. Whitlock was there along with Richard Fitz as they worked out together much of the offseason.
Yeah, and Criswell did some of that a couple seasons ago, right? When he signed with the Red Sox, the Alabama guys kind of got together.
Whitlock, UAB, Alabama, Birmingham. The pitch is low. Richard Fitz out of Auburn.
Think about how liberated Whitlock, though, must feel. I mean, he's a dad now a couple times over, and he had all that personal loss, all the injury.
Tommy John
lost his adopted brother in an awful drowning incident, and now he comes in totally unencumbered in the spring part of the season.
3-2 pitch, swung on a high drive to deep left center field. Back by the wall, and this ball hits high off the screen. Morales rounds third, heading for the plate, and relay is dropped by Campbell. He had no play anyway. So booming double. That was crushed to the opposite field by Edouard Julien, the Canadian. 3-0 Minnesota. That was launched.
That's definitely out at Fenway. And I always worry a little bit, worry's the wrong word, but I'm suspect of these final spring tune-ups, Joe. I think guys do get the itch a little bit. There's something mentally that goes on when you pack your bags, you bring your boxes and load them to a truck. You know the real games are just around the corner.
There's Jose Miranda, grounded out 5-3. Well, it's different if you're trying to make a club. And if you certainly have the roster spot secured, Whitlock does not have to worry about making the club.
No.
The 0-1 coming to Miranda, and he drives one high to left center field, but not deep. Duran over, makes the catch in left center. Congratulations to our good friend, the Hall of Fame broadcaster, Marty Brenneman of the Cincinnati Reds. It was announced just this week that Marty will have a bust or a statue right there at the entrance to the ballpark in Cincinnati, right next to Pete Rose and Joe Morgan and Johnny Bench and his old partner Joe Nuxall. What a great tribute to one of the great announcers ever. We talked to Marty a couple days ago, and he is absolutely thrilled, as he should be. Here's the pitch to Christian Vasquez, and he golfs a foul deep down the left field line, but foul by plenty.
So you can say hello to Marty in the colorful way that he would appreciate, and then you can round third and head for home next to Joe Nuxall.
After he says this one belongs to the Reds. Here's the 0-1. Swinging, striking. Marty was telling me his grandson, Luke, who is a student at Indiana University, is going to broadcast Cape League games for the Harwich Club on the internet. So he's excited about that. The 0-2, low and away.
Well, you and Marty have something in common that very few people ever have, and that is this deep connection over so many decades with a fan base. And there are some real parallels of the love that the people have in Cincinnati for him, as the people of New England do for you.
And Marty joined the Reds in 1974. Swing and a miss. He got him down and away to retire the side. And Marty just retired a couple of years ago. So congratulations to the great Marty Brenneman. And after 2.5, it is 3-0. Favor of the Twins on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Network.
Lowe's knows a good deal goes a long way. And right now, get up to 40% off select major appliances, like the new and exclusive space-saving GE Profile Ultra-Fast Washer-Dryer Combo. Shop the GE Spring Into Good Things event, now during Spring Fest at Lowe's. We help, you save. See associate or Lowe's.com for more details and qualifying items. Valid 3/20 through 4/2. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Exclusions apply.
Let's talk numbers. In-person therapy can cost anywhere from $100 to $250 per session, which adds up. But with BetterHelp Online Therapy, you can save on average up to 50% per session. Therapy should feel accessible, not like a luxury. With over 30,000 therapists, BetterHelp has served over 5 million people globally and helps you fit therapy into your busy life. Your well-being is worth it. Visit BetterHelp.com/grow today to get 10% off your first month.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano. and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof, while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Geico gives you more coverage for whatever you need, from a dead battery to a flat tire to a fender bender. And you get 24/7 help and fast claims with the Geico app. It's a total car coverage combo, kind of like the combination of EDM, death metal, and smooth jazz. I think this could catch on. Whatever you need, get more with Geico.
You're listening to Red Sox Spring Training Baseball on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Twins leading 3-0, go to the bottom of the third. Joe Ryan has stranded 3 Red Sox runners. Here is Jaron Duran, who led off the first with a fly ball to left. And he grounds this one hard to first, grabbed by Miranda deep behind the bag, wins the foot race to first base for the first out. So the leadoff man retired. Whether you're crossing the state line or going cross town, Club Citgo can save you money on every fill up along the way. When you start with Citgo, you're good to go. Here comes Raffy, who bounced a single into right center his first trip. 3 runs, 6 hits for the Twins, no runs, 2 hits, an error for the Red Sox. We'll wind up the Florida portion of spring training with a winning record. They're 15-10 with 2 ties, 15-11 with 2 ties entering this one. Huge swing and a miss by Raffy. Seems to have overcome those shoulder problems that curtailed his power somewhat the last couple of months of the season. The pitch, swing and a foul, fisted to the backstop. Alex Bregman to follow.
I think he and the Red Sox were mum and maybe even downplaying how serious that was, Joe, last year, even on both sides. I mean, I think he's just got some sort of structural tenderness in those shoulders.
Inside, he was talking to him this morning. He was bouncing a medicine ball against the wall.
Something you do every morning, right?
Yeah, part of my routine. There it is, and a swing and a miss. Got him down and in.
He probably can do it with a little more force than you.
I would think so. Joe Ryan does not have great velocity. He's 92 to 93, but he must have quite a spin rate because that ball moves.
Yeah.
3 strikeouts, and here's Bregman, who bounced into a force his first time up. Two out, bases empty. Ryan delivers and a foul to the screen. Ryan got hurt in August, and the Twins really collapsed down the stretch, finishing 12-27 in their last 39 games. Really cost them because they were contending most of the season. There's a call, strike away. Now they find out Royce Lewis is going to be out for an extended period. He may need surgery on a hamstring. The 0-2 is low. He really is a guy that gives them power and good defense at third. Great to see Sean Smith here, who runs JetBlue for the Red Sox, blowing away.
Could use a nap, I bet. I mean, talk about a non-stop 5 weeks for him. I mean, it's not only getting the ballpark ready for the games, but every event all evening and afternoon.
Glad to see you go. No, he loves it here. He's a great baseball guy. He's been around the minor leagues, foul to the left. And one of his predecessors, our former student at Northeastern, Katie Haas, is now running Citi Field in New York. She is stadium operations director for the New York Mets. A Northeastern grad. 2-2. Swinging a foul out of play. Of course, she comes from a baseball family. Saw her uncle down here, good friend Phil Roof, the longtime catcher. Of course, Eddie Haas, her father-in-law, managed Atlanta Braves. The pitch Foul to the backstop. Her husband, Danny's a longtime scout. Scouting director now. But congratulations to Katie. That's quite a move. Running beautiful City Field in New York, which always has much of a ballpark feel than Yankee Stadium.
No doubt.
Here's a high pop-up. All behind the plate. Vasquez gives a look. And it's over the screen. Fan almost got drilled by it. I think they lost sight of it in the box seats. Yankee Stadium is more like a digital replica of the old ballpark.
Yeah, you don't feel the ghosts. It just is sort of antiseptic. It never really gets that loud.
Outside, did he go? Yes, he did, says the first base umpire. I don't think Bregman agreed with that, but he's rung up 4 strikeouts for Ryan. And after 3, it's 3-0 Twins on the Shaws in Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Network.
Lowe's knows what makes SpringFest savings even better are member-only doorbuster deals. Right now, rewards members can save $40 on an Allen & Roth Chesler Gold faucet. Was $99, now $59. Plus, save $110 on a Cobalt 40-volt battery trimmer and blower combo kit. Was $279, now $169. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 3/24 while supplies last. Program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Let's talk numbers. In-person therapy can cost anywhere from $100 to $250 per session, which adds up. But with BetterHelp Online Therapy, you can save on average up to 50% per session. Therapy should feel accessible, not like a luxury. With over 30,000 therapists, BetterHelp has served over 5 million people globally and helps you fit therapy into your busy life. Your well-being is worth it. Visit BetterHelp.com/grow today to get 10% off your first month.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
The Greg Hill Show, weekdays, 5:30 to 10.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Left fielder Austin Martin up, got credit for an infield hit, took second on an error by the pitcher Criswell, who dropped the throw from Casas, and he scored back in the second inning. Takes a call strike from Garrett Whitlock. He gave up a run on 2 hits in the third. Whitlock rocks, and a swing and a miss. The bat goes flying to the backstop. We take 10 seconds on the Shaw Star Market WEEI Red Sox Network.
From the WEEI studios, 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
For the love of a mouth-watering tender roast, hurry to Shaw's and Star Market right now. Beef eye of the round roast or bottom round roast, just $3.97 a pound when you use the digital coupon Limit 2. Shaw's and Star Market, official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network. That one's a little bit low and away. Had a lot of fun doing a commercial video for Shaw's in the off-season where we worked the deli, the produce department. Foul to the right, out of play.
I have seen that ad, and I have to tell you that in real life I would not trust you with a meat slicer.
I was okay in the produce department. But yeah, I wouldn't want to be the butcher. 1-2 pitch, taken low and away. 1-2.
It never gets old when I'm going down the aisles of Shaw's, and inevitably I'll hear your voice narrating the specials for that day.
And the pitch is fouled to the backstop, and I really don't get any advance notice. But they're great folks at Shaw's, and especially their Marshfield store. The 2-2, swing and a foul off the catcher's equipment, where Lou Maloney also shops.
Mm-hmm. Craig Breslow just right in front of us. seeing some family as he'll ship off, of course, in the next couple of days to Mexico with the Red Sox. Decisions seem to be coming in fast and furious.
2-2 is ripped on a line down the left field line, hitting on the track. Fair ball rolling into the corner. Austin Martin cruising into second base with a double. Some loud contact here.
He has not looked like himself today. Whitlock. In case you just joined us, Quinn Priester option to minor league camp, which means it looks like Sean Newcomb will make his debut as the 5th starter for the Red Sox in Baltimore. And then, as a fan pointed out, if that's the case, his home debut would be Sunday Night Baseball against the St. Louis Cardinals at Fenway.
What a thrill that'll be for Sean Newcomb. Call strike to Kiersey, the right fielder, who singled his first time up. I know Joe Morgan would be very happy. He's always followed the career of Sean Newcomb, being a local guy. Ground ball bounced foul.
To quote Walt Whitman.
Which Joe does often. We were reminding him of something he said, and he followed it up by saying, Walt Whitman. I don't think he's the only baseball guy I've ever known that quoted Walt Whitman or mentioned his name.
I mean, it is a game played on leaves of grass, right?
It is, low and inside.
But let's just say this. There are not many things that Joseph Michael Morgan says that sound a lot like Walt Whitman. They operate out of a different dictionary, those two.
They do. He's closer with Dennis Eckersley. 1-2 is fisted on the ground, foul, third base side. We had so much fun when Jim Leland visited with us in the booth on Wednesday when the Tigers were here. He's still part of their front office. A 1-2 pitch, swinging a drive down the left field line off the end of the bat, fading foul into the stands.
Well, I know Jim's always been one of your favorites, but now you're forever linked. Same year in Cooperstown.
What a great induction speech he gave. And everyone was betting to get the most emotional, which he did, but he kept it under control pretty well. Low and inside, and our Alvaro Hernandez reminded him of one of his statements. Jim married a secretary in the Pittsburgh Pirate office when he managed there, Katie, who's wonderful. A chance to get to know Katie in Cooperstown. 2-2 is in there, strike three, fastball away, took it with a bat on his shoulder for the out. And Jim, of course, never got to the big leagues as a player, started in the low minors as a manager, and on. And in Cooperstown, he said to his wife, Katie, he said, Katie, did you ever imagine in your wildest dreams that I would be in the Hall of Fame? Swing and a miss, strike one. Katie said, Jim, I hate to break it to you, but you've never been in my wildest dreams. 0-1 to Alvarez, who singled to right his first time up. The pitch is in there for a strike. I was with Joe Morgan the day after Leland was elected, so we called him to congratulate him on his election to the Hall of Fame. And Morgan said, hey, Jim, you know, I knew you when you were managing an A-ball in the Tiger system, and I think Joe was in AAA at the time. He said, there's a guy that'll be in the low minors the rest of his life. You proved me wrong. One thing about Morgan, everything, you know, he's honest.
No doubt about that.
Low and away, and I think that's why he subscribes to the same theory that Jim Leland has, as he told us, about giving player tough news, whether it's about benching or going down to the minors or switching positions against their will. He said, you tell the player the truth, he'll be mad at you for a day or two. Low and away for the ball. You lie to him, you lose him for a lifetime.
Well, there's no doubt that's true. I mean, I think a lot of the great front office execs believe very much in that philosophy. It's a professional business, and the longer you sort of dance around it, you mislead players, you will lose them.
Here's the 3-2. foul to the right, but it doesn't always happen that way in real life.
No. I mean, Jim's one of the great characters of the last half century in baseball, and I know as the game gets more automated and more technical and more data-driven, we lose some of that personality and character, and that stinks. That's for so long. I know you felt that's what has made this game so fun to be around.
You don't have many managers like Leland and Earl Weaver these days. The role's different in many ways. Alex Cora is really one of the strong personalities among big league managers these days. There's another loop to the right as he did last time. Abreu dives, can't get it, rolls behind him. Center fielder backing up, Rafaela, and a run will score. Cruising into second is Alvarez with his second bloop hit to right and his second RBI. It's 4-0 Twins.
I think in a spring game like that, guy like Whitlock on the mound, no harm in just going all out trying to make a play. So if Joe Morgan ever had to send a player down, did he ever say, "Fare thee well," said the Quaker?
Well, he may have said that along the way, but I do remember when he went out to make a pitching change. Dennis Lamp was pitching for the Red Sox. He came out to the mound. He said, "Hey, Lamp, did you hear the weather forecast?" Lamp said, "No." "Showers." Hit the ball.
Because he was headed there.
Unique. There's Wincor. Brandon Wincor is playing it short. 1 out, a run home. Whitlock delivers, and it's low. Lamp was a funny guy. I think he went along with it. No pitcher's really happy about being taken out. Well, a few we've known are. We used to call them 5 and flyers. Now they're all 5 and fly, right? The starters. Not all, but the game has changed in that regard dramatically. Check swing and a high fastball.
It's true. 5 innings is like a long start now for a lot of people.
Sam Kennedy had some interesting comments when he was on with us Tuesday, talking about the need for starting pitchers to go longer and what baseball might be able to do about that. There's been all kinds of theories put out there. Scenarios, a pitch low and away. One would be to lose a DH if the pitcher doesn't go a certain amount of innings. Have to have the rest of the pitchers bat. Seems a little radical, but here's the pitch home. Swinging strike. Out he goes.
I'll say this about the Red Sox and Theo and Sam. They've always, while baseball traditionalists and they love all the essential things about the game, as Alex is going to come out and take Whitlock out of the game, they are the people who pushed for the pitch clock and all of these new rule changes. They were right at the forefront of that. So it doesn't surprise me at all that they are kind of lead the charge on that too.
Yeah, I think so. And the pitch clock certainly has worked, and it's not even an issue with just about anyone anymore. We have a pitching change as we come your way on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Network.
Come visit CCL Homescape Showroom in Abington this year to experience our state-of-the-art kitchen showroom. At CCL Homescapes, our design team listens, understands your family's needs, and stays on the pulse of trends. We work with you to create a beautiful and efficient space that your family will enjoy for years to come. Our showroom is open 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday through Friday and 8 a.m. to noon on Saturday. Go to cclco.com to learn more about how we can create the kitchen of your dreams. cclco.com.
Town Fair Tire has the area's largest selection of Bridgestone tires. So we buy Bridgestone tires for less and sell them for less. The guaranteed lowest price you'll find anywhere. Plus, we give you more free services for life than any other tire dealer. So when you're looking for Bridgestone tires, there's only one place to go. Town Fair Tire. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. And I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
You're listening to Red Sox Spring Training Baseball on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Alex Hoppe up for minor league camp, HOPPE. I guess he could be on our All-Easter team, along with Rabbit Moranville and Dan Pasquale coming up. Red Sox will be home Easter Sunday, by the way, with the White Sox the day before Patriots Day. So an inning and 2/3 for Whitlock, charged with 2 runs. Here's Morales, who took over for the injured Gasper and singled to right and scored a run in the 3rd. Gasper led off the game with a home run, but then was injured in a collision with his shortstop, trying to grab a ground ball that bounced off the pitcher's glove. Call strike. 4-0 Minnesota, hoping to even the Commissioners Series, the County Commissioners Series at 3-3. The pitch. That's a little bit low. 1-1. The minor leaguers will stay here for another week or so. Worcester will open at home on March 28th, and JBJ, Jackie Bradley Jr., will throw out the first pitch. 1-1 delivery. And he waves at a pitch sinking down and away. One ball, 2 strikes. Alex Hoppe out of Davenport, Iowa. That's where he was born. Pitch for the University of North Carolina at Greensboro. 1-2 remaining the count here. Last year at Portland, he was 4-5 with a 5.43 ERA in 36 games. Out of the bullpen with 4 saves. 7th round pick in 2022. And there's a looper into center field, sinking fast, gets down for a hit. Rafaela charges, grabs on a short hop, run around in 3rd. Here's the throw, it's wide up the first base line. And Morales takes second base, and it is 5-0 Minnesota. So a little blooper dropping in. That run charged to Whitlock, so he gives up 3 runs in an inning and 2/3 on 4 hits. No walks, 3 strikeouts, so Hoppe allows the inherited runner to score, and here comes Harrison Bader, who's grounded out 5-3 and struck out. Swinging strike by the right-hand batter. Hoppe checks the runner at second and delivers and leaves it low and away. Hoppe is 6'1", appears to be about 200 pounds. That one's a little low and away. Two balls and a strike. Minor league games will continue for pretty much the rest of this week, and then clubs will depart. Foul to the right, out of play. Twins have a club at Hammond Stadium, the Fort Myers Mighty Muscles. They open the season April 4th, Florida State League. The pitch, swing ground ball hit to the shortstop. Nice hop for Story as it came up for him. Throw to first for the out that retires the side. But the Twins stretch their lead. It is now 5-0 Minnesota after 3.5 on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Network.
En Lowe's, aprovecha los descuentazos solo para miembros de My Lowe's durante fiesta de primavera. Ahorra $40 en un grifo dorado Allen & Roth Chesler, antes $99, ahora $59. Además, ahorra $110 en el kit de una orilladora y un soplador inalámbricos con batería Cobalt de 40 voltios, antes $279, ahora $169. Válido hasta 3/24, hasta agotar existencias. Programa sujeto a términos y condiciones. Detalles en lowes.com/terms, sujeto a cambios.
Next Level pet people give their dogs next level protection from parasites with NexGard Plus, afoxolaner, moxidectin, and pyrantel chewable tablets. The one-and-done monthly treatment protects against fleas, ticks, heartworm disease, roundworms, and hookworms. NexGard Plus comes in a tasty beef-flavored chew, so you don't have to use next level tricks to get your dog to take it. Use caution in dogs with a history of seizures or neurologic disorders. Dogs should be tested for existing heartworm infection prior to starting a preventative. Talk to your vet about NexGard Plus for next-level protection for your dog.
Robert Half research indicates 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. If you have open roles, chances are you're feeling this too. That's why you need Robert Half. Our specialized recruiting professionals engage their skills with our award-winning AI to connect businesses of all sizes with highly skilled talent in finance and accounting, technology, marketing and creative, legal and administrative, and customer support. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com today.
Order for Jennifer C.
Is this my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double whip, double sleeve?
Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine?
Did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, really? That's great.
Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, you just said that.
Did you say I just said that?
Yeah, I'm cutting you off.
I can't have any more? Why not?
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
You're listening to Red Sox Spring Training Baseball on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
All Minnesota so far, 5-0 Twins, says Joe Ryan. Their opening day starter delivers, and a swing and a miss by Tristan Casas, who fanned on a high fastball his first time up. Suit up this season at the MLBshop.com. Check out the largest selection of authentic jerseys, caps, hoodies, t-shirts, and more. MLBshop.com. Ryan delivers, and the left-hand batting first baseman takes one up and in. He's pitched them in tight with consistency here. Trevor Story on deck. And then Kristen Campbell. The pitch home. There's a high fly ball to right field, not going to carry. Right fielder, center fielder converge. Bader, the center fielder, has it for the out. Well, the leadoff man is gone for Trevor Story. He hit that ground ball off the pitcher's glove. It went to the left side of second, and Mickey Gasper, playing second base, crossed the bag, collided rather violently with the shortstop. Everybody was safe. It went for a hit, and Gasper had to be carted off just as he's about to make the big league roster for the first time ever out of spring training. A very tough break for that young man out of New Hampshire and Bryant and Rhode Island. Foul to the backstop. No balls and a strike to Trevor. Right, healthy Trevor Story go a long way for a good season. He drives one to right field, but it's going to carry to the warning track where Kersey moves back right at the edge of the track, makes the catch for the second out. Ryan does pitch the contact. He's fan 4, but he gets a lot of ground ball outs. And here comes Kristen Campbell, who struck out on an inside fastball his first time up. Let's go to Mexico after this one. And then on to Texas for opening day. Pitch misses inside. The game tomorrow, and we'll have it for you right here, starts at 9:10 New England time, and Tuesday 7:10. It's a 2-hour time difference. 2 balls, no strikes as he missed inside to Trevor. Here's the pitch from Ryan, and he hits the outside edge, a call strike. Five nothing Twins in the fourth. Here it is. And a fisted foul to the right out of play. Got jammed there. Big crowd here. Appears to be a full house at JetBlue, the last game to be played here this season. Seems early to end spring training, but the regular season starts earlier these days, March 27th this year. 2-2 pitch. In tight. Campbell moves into the pitch, and he almost got hit with that one. Three balls and 2 strikes. Payoff pitch coming to the rookie. Campbell waits on it, pops a breaking ball into shallow right field. Kersey is there and puts it away. A 1-2-3 inning for Joe Ryan and the Twins. 5-0 Minnesota. After 4 in the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Network.
Lowe's sabe que buscas pinturas de buena calidad y a un buen precio. Por eso, como miembro de My Lowe's Pro Rewards, ahorra 20% en tus compras futuras de tintes y pinturas después de que tus gastos anuales calificados en pinturas lleguen a $3,000. Compra ahora y gana recompensas en productos de marcas de pintura confiables. Lowe's, nosotros ayudamos, tú ahorras. Excluye pintura en aerosol y mal tintados. Aplican más términos y condiciones. Detalles en Lowe's.com/terms. Sujeto a cambios.
Next Level pet people give their dogs next level protection from parasites with NexGard Plus, afoxolaner, moxidectin, and pyrantel chewable tablets. The one and done monthly treatment protects against fleas, ticks, heartworm disease, roundworms, and hookworms. NexGard Plus comes in a tasty beef flavored chew, so you don't have to use next level tricks to get your dog to take it. Use with caution in dogs with a history of seizures or neurologic disorders. Dogs should be tested for existing heartworm infection prior to starting a preventative. Talk to your vet about NexGard Plus for next level protection for your dog.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Jones and Keefe.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Now we go to the top of the 5th as the Red Sox make a pitching change on the mound. Matt Moore is on the mound, accepted his AAA assignment a couple of days ago, and he is facing Edouard Julien. Twins leading 5-0 as Moore misses a little bit low with ball 2. It's interesting, these veterans who've pitched forever in the big leagues, as Moore have, sometimes they get opt-outs in their contracts, sometimes they don't. It sort of depends on the market, the demand for them. As a 2-0 pitch to Julien is outside for ball 3. And I think the Red Sox would feel comfortable with Moore in any kind of a role. He's been in the fires so many times. Here's the 3-0, and that's chopped on the right side. Christian Campbell handles it well. And a throw to first. In time, Julien is gone, and there's one away. Julian McWilliams just dropped into the booth on his final day on the beat with the Boston Globe. And let's just do it.
We want to wish him well.
We're going to miss him a lot. As Jose Miranda digs in from the right side, Matt Moore, left-hander, throws, and pitch misses up and away. 4-1. You know, Julian's going to sit down and get the headset on before he leaves the Boston Globe for a national job with CBS Sports. 1-0 from Moore to Miranda, swing and a miss, and it's 1-1. Julian, it's a bittersweet day for us because you're one of our favorites. We're thrilled for your success in your next step, but we will miss you most days.
Yeah, I'm excited, but definitely bittersweet. I always say the Globe was the best job I've had, and a lot of times it's just because of you guys, right? It's the surroundings around us and road trips to Chicago and, you know, meeting your friend who's the fireman and the teacher, like stuff like that. It's just is what makes, I think, baseball so great.
It really is. And, you know, it's interesting, Julian, because, you know, the Globe for so long has been the gold standard for sports pages across the United States of America. So I can imagine the gravity you felt when you got to work and cover the Red Sox for the Globe.
100%. And, you know, it was something that happened sort of, obviously, we know the unfortunate passing of Nick Cafardo, and, you know, my prayers are always with his family and stuff like that. But it happened quicker than I thought. You know, I was comfortable in an Oakland situation, and I remember Gary Washburn from, you know, our national basketball columnist texted me and said, hey, there's a Globe position open. And I wasn't going to apply. And then he said, these jobs rarely come open, so I think you might want to do it. And I did it, and, you know, it turned out to be the decision for the best.
For a New York guy, too.
Yeah, exactly.
And a former player. You played some independent ball?
Yeah, some independent ball, you know, so I think that sort of This helps keep me around the game. And, you know, I love being around the game. I love being at the ballpark, which is why you all will see me a lot at Fenway. I will be there because I think that's the way you're able to get the best stories. That's the way you're able to get the best feel, is watching and seeing the game. And I think that's sort of a lost art in the internet phase of our existence.
There's no doubt that is true. And here is Christian Vasquez taking strike one. 2 down in the 5th. We're going to have Julian on for a bit here to celebrate his promotion, his new gig, and sort of mourn his departure from the regular Boston scene. You make such a good point, Julian, and this is one of the things that the Globe and other sports pages have done such a good job of, and that is maintaining this journalistic integrity where not only are you in the clubhouse talking to guys, getting the real stories, but it's not just about views and clicks. The 1-1 pitch is ripped down the left field line. Foul. How did that evolve for you in your time as the Globe? How did you sort of learn the way to earn the trust of players?
I think it's showing up and being around, not always going up to them with a notepad and a pen and wanting to get something from them, talking to them as human beings, them seeing you as a human being, asking about families.
1-2 is skied into left field. It looks like Jaron Duran's got a routine play to his left. He's there to make the grab. Much more with Julie McWilliams when we return. Red Sox and the Twins halfway home. Minnesota leading 5-0 in the Shaws and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Lowe's sabe que buscas pinturas de buena calidad y a un buen precio. Por eso, como miembro de My Lowe's Pro Rewards, ahorra 20% en tus compras futuras de tintes y pinturas después de que tus gastos anuales calificados en pinturas lleguen a $3,000. Compra ahora y gana recompensas en productos de marcas de pintura confiables. Lowe's, nosotros ayudamos, tú ahorras. Excluye pintura en aerosol y mal tintados. Aplican más términos y condiciones. Detalles en lowes.com/terms. Sujeto a cambios.
Next Level pet people give their dogs next level protection from parasites with NexGard Plus, afoxolaner, moxidectin, and pyrantel chewable tablets. The one and done monthly treatment protects against fleas, ticks, heartworm disease, roundworms, and hookworms. NexGard Plus comes in a tasty beef-flavored chew, so you don't have to use next level tricks to get your dog to take it. Use with caution in dogs with a history of seizures or neurologic disorders. Dogs should be tested for existing heartworm infection prior to starting a preventative. Talk to your vet about NexGard Plus for next level protection for your dog.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Let's talk numbers. In-person therapy can cost anywhere from $100 to $250 per session, which adds up. But with BetterHelp Online Therapy, you can save on average up to 50% per session. Therapy should feel accessible, not like a luxury. With over 30,000 therapists, BetterHelp has served over 5 million people globally and helps you fit therapy into your busy life. Your well-being is worth it. Visit BetterHelp.com/grow today to get 10% off your first month.
You're listening to Red Sox Spring Training Baseball
on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
On we go into the bottom of the 5th inning. Big news in the NCAA tournament. UConn was staging a huge upset over the number 1 seed Florida Gators, but late the Gators pull it out. They beat Dan Hurley and the Huskies 77-75. Here's Wilyer Abreu, who takes strike one from Joe Ryan.
No three-peat for the Huskies.
That would have been one of the great runs. Even to be with Florida that late into the game was amazing for UConn. The 0-1 is pop foul on the third base side. Julian McWilliams, who's leaving the Boston Globe for CBS Sports, joins us. Tell us about the new gig. I know it's more of a national view, which is exciting for you. What's your day-to-day going to look like?
Day-to-day is sort of quite different when you guys are on the road. I'll be probably crafting stories, doing a lot more digital-focused stuff, which, gives me the chance to spread my wings a little bit. And then, crafting stories that are a little bit more, have a little bit more time to digest, and bigger picture stories, and, traveling from stadium to stadium, camp to camp, just learning people's stories and covering baseball the way we see fit. Obviously that changes from day to day, but I'm excited to be able to cover the league, and it's in its totality within a writing aspect as well as the digital aspect as well.
I mean, so many of the great baseball writers over the last 100 years have done exactly what Julian's done, which is you start on one beat and then, you master the craft of covering a story, learning managers and players, the mechanics of it, and then you want to write more features and even eventually some columns and some more opinion-type pieces. As Connor Wong digs in, the pitch to him is a strike. I mean, Dan Shaughnessy's a great example. That Tom Boswell is going into the Hall of Fame this year in Cooperstown. Is that something you had always sort of envisioned doing in your career?
100%. I mean, after I stopped playing baseball, I think that was sort of the draw to me. I knew I necessarily didn't have the TV background, so I wanted to get into the media space through writing, and I saw that a lot of the beat writers that were doing TV, a lot of the people with opinions on TV were former beat writers. So I tried to keep that perspective, and I worked my way up. And, it takes a lot of help and some luck to get here because, I mean, even the athletic position, I was in the middle of South Carolina covering high school sports.
Wow.
And Mark Spears called me and said, from who covers the NBA, he said, hey, I have a job, that I think you might be able to get. And Tim Kawakami's is going to be the sports editor for Athletic Base, San Francisco, and they want to be able to have a young person that they can mold into that role. And I was like, sure. Like, where do I sign up?
As somebody who lived in the Bay Area, Tim is such a great mentor. I mean, he does not pull punches. Tim Kawakami out there on the West Coast, and they've had so much stuff going on with the Athletics and the Raiders and all the stadium changes. He goes after owners. He's absolutely fearless in the way that so many people at the Globe are. The 3-2 is inside to Connor Wong, so he draws a one-out walk.
And you'll be staying in Boston because your wife has a great career going, right?
Yeah, so
she's a high school principal?
Yes,
grade
we'll
school?
be at Roxbury Prep in over on Washington Street. So she has her job there, and they're breaking ground on a new school. Oh. And so she wants to be able to see that through at least through 2026, and then we'll figure out what's the next steps there. But, Boston's been awesome to us. Our daughter's born here. We have a son on the way next month. So a lot of changes going on in the McWilliams household.
Yeah, which is so very cool. Here's Cedon Rafaela, my youngest favorite player, Joe's godson, Charlie, who's on my lap right now, watching Cedon intently. 5-0 Twins in the fifth inning. Joe Ryan has been really good. Wong leading at first. The pitch is a little bit high. So how does it, you talk about your longer-term plans, you'll figure it out. Does the travel schedule now with CBS, is it going to be a little easier as a dad of young kids?
A little easier. I'll get to be able to pick and choose my spots a little bit more versus going, on a trip to Baltimore in the middle of, April or something like that. I think, wow, that's a great trip for people who need to cover the beat. It gets, as you know, it gets tough when you have little ones. So, I'll be able to have a little bit more authority on where I go, and obviously doesn't include.
1-1 is a blooper into center field. Charlie's going to be happy. That's a base hit for Cedon, and the Red Sox are in business here, 2-1 with 1 out.
And obviously doesn't include like the postseason and stuff. That's its own thing. But I'll probably do around like 10 to 12 road trips during the season, then postseason All-Star games. So it's good to be able to breathe a little bit.
Will there be any on-air work as well?
So there will be a digital presence. Obviously, in terms of there will be TV and some digital stuff. So, but it will be editorial and digital. So that'll be sort of the
very cool. And you're good at all those things. The pitch to Duran. It's cool because you've had opportunities now with Nesson to get some camera time, which is its own thing, isn't it, Julian? You just got to get comfortable with a camera staring you in the face to not look like an idiot when you're talking about something serious.
Look, well, I remember what you told me. You said smile until like you're just smile from ear to ear. You think you're an idiot, but on camera,
it's the right way. Otherwise, everybody thinks your wheels are turning, and it is sports after all. I remember the first few times I did it. You just cannot get used to it. The 1-0 off the bat of Duran is skied toward the triangle. This thing is carrying, but on the run. The Twins center fielder Bader is there to make the play. Wong tags at third. Cedon got caught off of first. They almost picked him off, but he dives back in head first. So this is a cool moment. Now we get Rafi Devers in the final spring tune-up, first and third, 2 out. Julian, Joe and I have been talking about Devers today and all spring. We both believe, as Rocco Baldelli does us a favor, we get to keep it here with Julian for an extra couple of minutes. I don't think it's going to be an issue come Thursday. Do you?
No. I think they've sort of prepared him for this up until this point. I think that he's had enough time to digest what's going on, and And look, this is best for the team, I think, in terms of fit, roster fit. We always knew this might be the case, but Bregman's a Gold Glove third baseman, and you have to defer to the guy who's the Gold Glover.
Jalen Nowlin will be the new.
This is good. Julian gets to remember one more time that Joe just turned his microphone on.
There we go.
I was like, supposed to do that?
Real pro, right? Hey, you'll still be available for Duke's Sunday night show on Channel 5.
Yeah, I'm there.
Now that he's a national star, of course. Do you have a couple memories or two or stories or memories, Julian, from your time covering this club that stand out?
Yeah, I think one that stands out to me was when, it didn't happen, when J.D. Martinez was about to get traded, and you just felt it, and you felt what the Red Sox meant to him, and he was just standing at his locker. And I remember, and this is why it's so important to show up, because I remember, everybody was going toward the scrum, and I see J.D. just sitting there, and I'm like, I wonder what's on his mind right now.
This is in Houston, the year that Christian Vasquez got traded?
In 2022, so it was around that entire time. And I didn't know what I was going to get from him, but I got a great story and great quotes, and he was just talking about, of course, I want to stay here. And you really, really feel like I don't think Boston gets to appreciate. You really have to feel and be here to understand what it is, to understand why me as a New Yorker is saying this is the best sports city in the country.
High praise.
I believe that people just love it a little bit differently.
There's no doubt about that. That's something that I feel so blessed to be a part of. As Devers will know bad. First and third, 2 down, 5-0 Minnesota. This is a cool chance for Raffy. Left on left. Open stance, high hands as ever. The pitch is ripped up the middle into center field. Bottle that up, take it to Texas. It's the first run for the Red Sox, and it's 5-1.
How do you think this club will do this year?
I think they'll be good. I think I see 90, 92 wins, 93 wins somewhere. I think they're getting in the 90s. I think they're a good, really good team. And then the AL East is all open, too. The Yankees have their issues. The Blue Jays never seem to be able to put it together. And Baltimore, I don't think they really have the pitching. If you're looking at depth, I think you got to look at this team as having the most depth in the AL East.
Well, this moment right here perfectly encapsulates why Craig Breslow coveted this hitter. I know it's a spring game. It means absolutely nothing. But when you bring in a lefty to face Devers, he delivers. Then here comes Bregman with 2 on and 2 out.
Yeah, you can't beat it. And a guy that's been here before, right? We've talked about that the entire spring. And you see how the players just attract to him and just sort of, and how he attracts the other players and gets to just be around them. And I saw him talking to Rafael Devers and Tristan Casas for 30, 35 minutes the other day. They didn't have that last year, not from a star player.
True leader in the room. 1-1 to him. 2 down, 2 on. The Red Sox have scored their first run. Nolan is ready. He throws, and Bregman gets hit by a pitch. It bounced, it looked like, and got him on the left foot. You hold your breath this time of camp. He doesn't yet, at least, look to be in any significant discomfort.
He did have the shin guard. Hopefully that saved him.
It's amazing, isn't it, Joe, how many times the last day or two in spring training, guys, whether it's that they're pulling off the accelerator or whatever, weird things happen.
Yeah, you've seen it so much. We saw Mickey Gasper get hit today. Reminds me of my very close friend Andre Thornton, about to make the Braves team. First time in the big leagues. Last game of spring training, slides into second, pulls a hamstring, and delaying his big league debut. I had to go to the Cubs to make it. But you see that so much. Guys try extra hard to make the club, and sometimes they get injured.
So here's Tristan Casas. Abraham Toro runs for Bregman in a swing and a foul. Little moments when you watch this game enough. Bregman runs off. He was moving very well into the third base dugout. Alex Cora gave him about the most firm handshake you could ever see, smacked him on the back, because the two of them are these kindred spirits, Julian, and Bregman has delivered on everything that Alex Cora promised that he would.
Yeah, he has. And, I look forward to seeing it, on a bigger stage during the season, because I think it's going to be really, really great.
Base is loaded for Tristan as the slider is down in the dirt, 1-1. Again, your two big left-handed hitters get to see a lefty in this spot. Not that this is Yankee Stadium in September, but still, as you gear up with the adrenaline toward the regular season, good moment here for Casas. Cedon at third, Rafi at second with Abraham Toro running for Bregman at first. The 1-1 pitch is popped up into right field. He just missed that one. Coming in is Deshaun Kersey for the Twins. He's there to make the play, and the inning is over. Julian, we will miss you, but I'm glad this is not a goodbye. You're just changing roles. You're going to be around a lot, and we will still go out with firefighters in Chicago, I promise.
Hey, let's go. Thank you, guys.
Congratulations. You're the best.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Great to see you, Julian. Best wishes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great Julian McWilliams, who's on to Green Pastures with CBS Sports. We go to the sixth inning, 5-1. Sox trailing the Twins in the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Lowe's sabe que buscas pinturas de buena calidad y a un buen precio. Por eso, como miembro de My Lowe's Pro Rewards, ahorra 20% en tus compras futuras de tintes y pinturas después de que tus gastos anuales calificados en pinturas lleguen a $3,000. Compra ahora y gana recompensas en productos de marcas de pintura confiables. Lowe's, nosotros ayudamos, tú ahorras. Excluye pintura en aerosol y mal tintados. Aplican más términos y condiciones. Detalles en lowes.com/terms, sujeto a cambios.
Next Level Pet people give their dogs next level protection from parasites with NexGard Plus, afoxolaner, moxidectin, and pyrantel chewable tablets. The one-and-done monthly treatment protects against fleas, ticks, heartworm disease, roundworms, and hookworms. NexGard Plus comes in a tasty beef-flavored chew, so you don't have to use next-level tricks to get your dog to take it. Use with caution in dogs with a history of seizures or neurologic disorders. Dogs should be tested for existing heartworm infection prior to starting a preventative. Talk to your vet about NexGard Plus for next-level protection for your dog.
Let's talk numbers. In-person therapy can cost anywhere from $100 to $250 per session, which adds up. But with BetterHelp Online Therapy, you can save on average up to 50% per session. Therapy should feel accessible, not like a luxury. With over 30,000 therapists, BetterHelp has served over 5 million people globally and helps you fit therapy into your busy life. Your well-being is worth it. Visit BetterHelp.com/grow today to get 10% off your first month.
You're listening to Red Sox Spring Training Baseball on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Roman Anthony in center field. Marco is very catching, and the new pitcher, Jacob Webb, who delivers ball one.
How did you know that information, Joe?
Through Alvaro Hernandez. He is the fount of all information. We would be lost in spring training without him, especially when you have 37 changes of personnel in one game.
He's got a headset on right now. We're going to convince him to talk a little bit.
Low and away, and it's 1-1. We've always referred to Alvaro as the lowest paid and oldest intern, but the best.
We love having you on, Al. It's always such a treat to spend the spring with you.
Thanks so much for having me. I mean, Joe talks about no pay. This is just being here with you guys. This is enough payment for me. This is a dream come true. You know, I'm just having a ball with you guys, and I want to thank you for the opportunity. The last 3-4 years that I've been with you guys, spending time with you, getting to know you, you know, just doing this. This is the perfect gig, you know.
Strike three swinging. Martin fans, well, it's so much fun to have Alvaro. He's also a Red Sox Fantasy Camp Hall of Famer, and won his game this morning. He plays in an over 50 league and manages an over 60 team. And even though he had a shoulder operation, so he could continue to play baseball at his very young age.
He's never going to give it up. And it's to his credit. Never. It's in your blood, isn't it, Al?
Absolutely. Been doing that for, maybe 55 years. And, you know, you adapt. Obviously, you lose some things. I don't have the throw from shortstop anymore. So I moved to second, play some outfield, you know, but stay on the field. You know?
Chopper over the mound. Story's throw dug out by Casas nicely, but too late. An infield hit for Kersey. It brings up Alvarez, who's singled twice to right field. He's driven in a couple of runs. Well, the love of the game, and Alvaro's a Northeastern grad in engineering. So we get a pinch runner here. Who is that, Alvaro?
He'll know it immediately. He's got the binoculars out. He's also, the great thing about Al, in addition to his personality and dedication and love of the game, is that he's a huge Boston Red Sox fan.
Right.
You can explain why from Caracas, Venezuela. Northeastern might have something to do with it. Alvarez takes a strike.
Jason Bass, pinch running.
Bass, okay.
For Kersey.
We know you're always right. So 1 on, 1 out. And big Jacob Webb delivers and a foul out of play. Did it start with Luis Aparicio, your hero?
Yes. He was my hero growing up in Venezuela. So when I was about maybe 12 or 13, he started playing. He played the last 2 years with the Red Sox. He was my hero in Venezuela, so I started following the Red Sox. And then when I had a chance to go to school, I chose Boston because, I was already a fan of the Red Sox,
Well, he certainly was a great player, and he's still now the oldest living Hall of Famer. Wow. Overnight, just turned 90 recently. Nothing into the count. Of course, some great players out of Venezuela. Pitch is swung on and popped up. Third base side. Left fielder coming on. Duran is there to make the catch. Who would be the best player ever out of Venezuela? Would it be Louis as a Hall of Famer? Of course, there's Cabrera, who will be a Hall of Famer.
I think Cabrera will be right there. Galarraga, obviously, but I think Cabrera, strong guy, good first baseman, good average, Triple Crown winner.
Would have won a World Series were it not for David Ortiz, I think.
Yeah, right. Call strike away to the right-hand batting Winkler.
I mean, I think, when it's all said and done, don't you think Jose Altuve deserves some consideration in that conversation?
Absolutely. I mean, he's gonna be a Hall of Famer. I mean, I'm concerned about the experiment right now. Houston moving into left field. For Mauricio Dubon. I mean, if you move me to left field because you're gonna put out there a 320 hitter with 25 homers, that's okay. But moving me to left field why didn't they go after a left fielder, and keep Altuve at second base? I know he's not a Gold Glover, but he does a decent job up there. I don't know. I think they're going to be hurting with Altuve in left field.
Well, remember, they don't have Kyle Tucker anymore, who's now with the Chicago Cubs.
2-1 is hit hard on the ground by the diving third baseman Toro into left field, and they have runners at first and second now with 2 down.
It's hard to question anything the Astros do because they've had this incredible run where they're in the ALCS every year. But, I mean, Tucker is a really hard one for me to figure out. They do always seem to find pitching. They got Yordan Alvarez, which is always going to be an anchor for any club.
Right. And they had hitters made for their ballpark with that left field wall so short.
Well, one of them, though, is currently the third baseman for the Red Sox. So that's another sort of intra-AL move.
Morales is singled twice, taking over if the injured Mickey Gasper began this day with a home run. Foul to the screen, strike one. Alvaro has many degrees, including one from Tim Wakefield's alma mater, Florida Tech.
Yes, went there for my MBA. I left school I think I left school in 84, 85, I think, and then the next year, Wakefield showed up over there.
And he played ball there. He had a home run record.
Oh, yeah. Played first base, I believe. Right?
Indeed.
Well, we still miss him every single day, Wakey.
Absolutely.
And we all know Alvaro's wife, Tibby, is the big star.
She is.
What a wonderful personality.
Absolutely. I always said that, I've been with her for 37 years, and she has always been and will be my biggest home run, in my life.
So well said.
Indeed. Yep. Strike three, swinging, retiring the side. So after 5.5, it is still 5-1 Twins on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Network.
En Lowe's, aprovecha los descuentazos solo para miembros de My Lowe's durante fiesta de primavera. Ahorra $40 en un grifo dorado Allen & Roth Chesler, antes $99, ahora $59. Además, ahorra $110 en el Kit de una orilladora y un soplador inalámbricos con batería Cobalt de 40 voltios, antes $279, ahora $169. Válido hasta 3/24, hasta agotar existencias. Programa sujeto a términos y condiciones. Detalles en Lowe's.com/terms. Sujeto a cambios.
Next level pet people give their dogs next level protection from parasites with NexGard Plus, a Foxalaner, Moxidectin, and Pyrantel chewable tablets. The one and done monthly treatment protects against fleas, ticks, heartworm disease, roundworms, and hookworms. NexGard Plus comes in a tasty beef flavored chew, so you don't have to use next level tricks to get your dog to take it. Use with caution in dogs with a history of seizures or neurologic disorders. Dogs should be tested for existing heartworm infection prior to starting a preventative. Talk to your vet about NexGard Plus for next level protection for your dog.
Let's talk numbers. In-person therapy can cost anywhere from $100 to $250 per session, which adds up. But with BetterHelp Online Therapy, you can save on average up to 50% per session. Therapy should feel accessible, not like a luxury. With over 30,000 therapists, BetterHelp has served over 5 million people globally and helps you fit therapy into your busy life. Your well-being is worth it. Visit BetterHelp.com/grow today to get 10% off your first month.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Art Fitzy and Johnson.
Weekdays 2 to 6.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Trevor Story takes inside ball one. Have a new pitcher for the Twins, Misewicz, who has a very good chance to make this ball club. A left-hander, Anthony Misewicz, who we saw with the Seattle Mariners. The pitch is swung on it high to left field down the line, not all that deep, fading toward foul ground and into the stands, bouncing back out of the field. Misewicz, we should say, Miesewicz. I guess you could call him iChart. There once was a player nicknamed iChart, Doug Gosch. He was a catcher for San Diego, GWOSDZ, and teammates called him iChart. Here's the 1-0. Ground ball foul to the first base side. 1-2 to Trevor. He has singled off the pitcher's glove, the play in which Casper was hurt, the second baseman. Mickey Gasper colliding with the shortstop, and then he flied to right field. Misewicz ready for an 0-1 pitch. We saw him the other night at Hammond Stadium for the Twins. They have 2 more games down here. The Pirates tomorrow and then Colorado visits. Rockies coming from Arizona because they will open the season at Steinbrenner Field against the Tampa Bay Rays. Pitch-com issue here, apparently. Home plate umpire Charlie Welling out to check. Rookie umpire. 5-1 Minnesota in the 6th. Left-hander ready to deal. And the 1-2. Ground ball hit hard right at the third baseman. One-handed there by Alvarez. His throw is in time. One down as we take 10 seconds on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Network.
From the WEEI studios, 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
One out for Kristen Campbell, who struck out and hit a fly ball to shallow right. Twins have out hit the Red Sox 11-4 lead, where it counts 5-1. Ground ball pulled foul into the third base dugout. Red Sox will take about 30 players to Mexico for the 2 exhibition games. And it's on to Arlington, Texas, the Red Sox and the Rangers. The 0-1 deal. dipping low and away. That was a changeup at 86. Now went 1/3 of an inning. No runs, a hit batsman. That's taken high. Jacob Bass stays in the game, plays in right field. Michel Urbina is the left fielder. Morales, who took over at second earlier. Jake Rucker at first base. So the Twins getting their regulars out of there for the most part. Have a new left fielder, 2-3-1. Ripped down the left field line, foul into the stands. Patrick Winkle is now catching for Christian Vasquez. And that's right, Urbina's in left for Martin. And Dalton, not yet. Dalton Sheffield will be coming out for center, we understand, but not right now. Bader's still out there. The pitch, down and in with a breaking ball. And that'll be ball 4. So good take there by Campbell. And here is Wilger Abreu. This young man has walked and fouled out to the third baseman. Twins will be at Fenway May 2nd through 4th. Here's the pitch on its way, and it's outside. Roman Anthony is on deck. So he'll be hitting in Wong's spot. Goldsberry took over behind the plate. Here's the pitch home, and Willier takes it high. Like our Alvaro Hernandez, Willier is from Venezuela. What would be the correct pronunciation? Wilger?
Willier.
Willier.
Yeah, Willier.
There's a high pop-up, shallow right field. Right fielder, center fielder converge, and the right fielder, Bass, Jason Bass, makes the catch. Two down, here's Anthony hitting here in Wong's spot. Visiting with our statistician, Alvaro Hernandez. Alvaro, Venezuelan players have always been very advanced because they get very good coaching. Why is that?
I don't know, man. They do have good coaching. I mean, old-timers that are over there, they take them into their wings, you know. They play ball same as Dominican, you know. We start very early, 10 years old, 8 years old, and they stay in the academy. A couple of teams, 2 or 3 teams, have, you know, academies in Venezuela, and they stay with them. And
taking a high strike call, Roman Anthony from the lefty, but even on an amateur level, before they get to the academy, they seem to really know all the rules, and they seem to be a stickler for good fundamentals.
Baseball is in our heart in Venezuela. That's I think, the first sport, and I think the only sport. Everybody plays baseball over there. Everybody's very knowledgeable about it. We play a lot. When I was there, I used to play 5-6 times a week, you know, playing baseball. We go to the stadiums, we enjoy the stadiums, we enjoy the games. When you play it, you know, the knowledge, you need a basic knowledge. I mean, you may have the skills, but you have to have that knowledge as well of the sport.
2-1 the count, and a lot of times you really have continuity with coaches. There's a breaking ball. Did he swing? No, he didn't. Ball 3-1. Anthony is good. Sometimes the dads are not the coaches. You have guys that are experienced coaches.
Absolutely. And, you know, good example, Vic Davalillo. I mean, he played forever, but his brother Pompeo and Vic Davalillo, they coached until they were in their late 70s, 80s, you know, continuously with these kids. I mean, including Omar Vizquel, you know, when he played over there with the Caracas Lions, he was under Pompeo Davalillo's, you know, coaching all the time.
Call strike, 3-2. I was with back the Davalillo covered him when he was with the Pirates. He got down to first base so fast because, like Ichiro, he was running toward first as he swung the bat. 3-2, his last foul, third base side out of play. Roman Anthony, the 20-year-old, showing great plate discipline as he did yesterday. And he's done all spring with the walks. His young man carries himself like a big leaguer all the way. 3 balls, 2 strikes with 2 down. So Kristen Campbell will be moving. Here's the pitch home, and he takes inside ball 4. Another very disciplined at bat for Roman. And 2 walks, put 2 men on, and bring up Raffaella, who flied to right and single to center. And we're going to get a pitching coach visit here. Savage looks pretty good to make the ball club. Marcolas very will bat. Took over behind the plate for Wong. He's sitting in Raffaella's spot. A very successful spring here in terms of the attendance and the Red Sox play on the field, which is, of course, the most important thing. Weather's been great all spring. It wasn't that way for fantasy camp in January. We had some cold and some rain, but still it was a wonderful experience for those who come out of the cold to play baseball in their 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, and 70s. We've had a few in the 80s over the years. All right, Colasveri, a right-hand batter with 2 on and 2 out. Savage delivers, and it's low. Ball 1. Winkle, the catcher, knocked it down. However, I know how thrilled you were. We sent you down Tuesday to get Jim Leland out of the stands to bring him up here.
Oh, that was an experience, you know, when I went there and talked to him and said, Mr. Leland, you know, they sent me to get you for an interview up there. I said, you know, I introduced myself. He was a very, very nice guy. I mean, I love talking to him. We came, we walked, we took the elevator, and in the elevator, we talked a lot. I told him I was at his induction last year. And I remind him of part of his speech.
Right, call strike. For those who missed it.
Right, we were talking about the best part of his speech was when, you know, he came up with the Tigers, but he never made the team. And then he was managing the Tigers. He made the Hall of Fame. And he went to his wife and told him, you know, asked him about, you know, hey, Katie, you know, did you imagine in your wildest dreams, you know, that I was going to make the Hall of Fame, be the manager of the Detroit Tigers? And he said, hey, Jim, I hate to break it to you, but you have never been in my wildest dreams.
I brought down the house.
And Jim Leland, he was laughing in the elevator with me about that. It's great guy, really great guy.
Yeah, he's real baseball. And he was asking for Joe Morgan, sending his regards. A lot of similarities between those two. 3-2 the count to Colasveri. The runners will be going on the payoff pitch here. Here it is. And Savage has walked the bases loaded. Well, they think he's got a good chance to make the club, but it's the last week of spring training that really separates, and we'll see. It's going to do it for him. Rocco Baldelli heading to the mound. The Red Sox will get the tying run at the plate. We have a pitching change here in the Shaw's in-star market, WEEI Red Sox Network.
Baseball is back and the team is stacked. Money was spent, players were at it, and from what we can see, everything looks perfect. Aha!
But what about what we can't see? It's just like your drains and pipes. The ugly, nasty, sometimes stinky truth is often the one you don't see at first. Drains by James is your expert residential and commercial drain and pipelining service. We'll find it, clean it, and get it back to new. Available 24/7. Drains by James. We give a poop about your pipes.
Come visit CCL Homescape Showroom in Abington this year to experience our state-of-the-art kitchen showroom. At CCL Homescapes, our design team listens, understands your family's needs, and stays on the pulse of trends. We work with you to create a beautiful and efficient space that your family will enjoy for years to come. Our showroom is open 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday through Friday and 8 a.m. to noon on Saturday. Go to cclco.com to learn more about how we can create the kitchen of your dreams. cclco.com.
You're listening to Red Sox Spring Training Baseball on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Another lefty coming on, Cade Bragg, B-R-A-G-G. Red Sox had an outfielder, you may recall, Darren Bragg, who was a good little player, short, stocky left-hand batter, very strong. And Red Sox got him from Seattle for Jamie Moyer. A trade that helped both teams. Braggy from Connecticut, the Waterbury area. He played prep school ball at Taft School. Outstanding young guy. Here is Jaron Duran now with 3 on, tying 1 at the plate and 2 men out. He's 0 for 3. Bases loaded on walks. The pitch is a curve in there for a strike. Twins have pretty well removed their regulars. Bob Refsnyder on deck. He'd hit for Devers in the DH spot. Cade Bragg delivers. He leaves it high and inside. One ball, 2 strikes, 2 out, 3 on. 5-1 Twins in the 6th. The pitch is a breaking ball wide. Not too many beefs for this young umpire, Charlie Welling. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Good fastball moving down and in, sinking in there at 92. I got a leadoff homer at Minnesota Thursday night. Kyle Hudson coaching at third. Jose Flores at first for the Red Sox. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out, 3 on. Bragg delivers home, and there's a swing and a fly ball, right center field, shallow. Right fielder broke back, but on comes Bass to make the catch. He might have cracked his bat on that. Red Sox leave him loaded. After 6, it's 5-1 Twins on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Network.
You feel that? The NWSL is on ION.
Yeah, I feel it. It's game time.
Let's go! Lace them up. We're hitting up all your favorite clubs.
Showing off a little skill now. The shot and a goal! Run there!
The new Saturday Night Out is on ION all season long. Find ION wherever you watch.
ION. It's on.
Cause it's all about the money, money, money. All about the money, money, money.
Get in the game with Keno Fast Break. Today through March 30th, between 4 p.m. and 7 p.m. When you spend $5 or more on a Keno ticket, you'll score a free $1 4-spot Keno Quick Pick. That's more fun and even more chances to win. Just in time for the basketball tournament, Keno Fast Break is only available at a Rhode Island lottery retailer near you. Visit rilot.com for details. Must be 18 or older to play. Please play responsibly.
Mom, I need to lay low for a few days.
Lay low? What's going on?
I only paid for this Hyundai Tucson.
Christopher Allen Lynch.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the car or SUV you want at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Right now, get 2.99% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Santa Fe, Tucson, or Elantra. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offers end March 31st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
You're listening to Red Sox Spring Training Baseball on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Jacob Wegg back out there for the 7th inning with the Red Sox, 5-1 Minnesota. And there's a call strike to the right-hand batting Harrison Bader. Red Sox now have a whole new infield. Toros remains at third base. Marcelo Myers, the shortstop. David Hamilton comes in to play second. Nick Sogard first. Call was very catching. And there's a ball down and away. 1-1 to Bader, who was 0 for 3. 2 ground balls and a strikeout. Jacob Webb, a big guy, 6'5". Looks like he goes a good 250. Foul to the right out of play. He's from Ohio. Born in Dayton. Went to Fairborn High School and pitched at Miami. Miami of Ohio, which they don't like to hear. That was a school well before Miami of Florida. Foul to the backstop. They say they're the real Miami. They'll call the other one Miami of Florida. Tim Naring School. Frankie Noria is out in left field. Franyor Noria.
Yeah,
and Anthony's in center.
Franyor Noria, yeah. Noria.
Noria, okay.
Yep.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Webb last year was at Portland. We were 10-3 in 37 games, 7 starts. Had a save, swinging strike. It's his 3rd strikeout. About 2 hits last inning, but no runs. And Julian's spot is up, but we're going to get a pinch hitter here for the Twins. Kyle Fedko, F-E-D-K-O. Julian was 1 for 3, a long wall ball double to left center that drove in a run. Seventh inning, Twins up 5-1. Webb delivers, and it rides up and away. Webb was a 14th round pick in the 21 draft for the Red Sox. Pitched down here in the then Gulf Coast League. Pitched at Salem, Greenville, and most of the last 3 years at Portland. Swinging strike. He did get to Worcester for 4 games late last season. 2 balls and a strike. Last home game of the spring training schedule for the Red Sox. Swing and a miss. That was a good slider down and away. Let's see, looking around the infield, I think Abreu's the only regular still out there, the only starter.
That's correct. Yep.
Webb delivers, and he bounced that one in there. Three and 2 the count to Kyle Fedko. The pitch home is fouled. Right up the catcher's or umpire's equipment. Our Crochet will start Thursday at Texas. Followed by Tanner Houck. The next day, swinging a drive to left field toward the line. No one's going to catch it. Hits on the grass. Cut off by Noria. Here's the throw to second base. Too late. And Fed goes in there with a double. Left fielder Noria was well off the line. So it brings up Miranda's spot, but it's Jake Rucker. Miranda was 0 for 3. Turns us to Pablo Lopez in their opener at St. Louis. Webb's pitch is fouled to the right out of play. Wind is coming in now. It's picked up a little bit. 79 at game time. Temperature in the low 80s before the afternoon is over here. And great weather for spring baseball. The one rain out when the Yankees were here. 0-1 is low, but that's the only day of rain, really, since it started. One ball, one strike, one out. Here's the pitch home. Fouled out of play. One-two pitch coming to this right-hand batter. And it's lined down the right field line. Trouble. Hits on the grass. Rolls over by the pesky Paul. Abreu digs it out, but a run will score. But Abreu's fast fielding does hold Rucker to a single. And it's 6-1 Twins. A little inside-out swing there. And here comes Alex Cora. Rutgers have thrown a lot of pitches. And he will depart. We have a change coming your way on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Network.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Town Fair Tire has the area's largest selection of Bridgestone tires. So we buy Bridgestone tires for less and sell them for less. The guaranteed lowest price you'll find anywhere. Plus, we give you more free services for life than any other tire dealer. So when you're looking for Bridgestone tires, there's only one place to go. Town Fair Tire. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. And I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
The Christian Arcan Show, weekday afternoons starting at 6. Now back to the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Okay. Brian Van Bell is the new pitcher. We saw him earlier in the spring. Runner at first. Rucker with the RBI single. And this is Winkle, the catcher. Left-hand batter takes a strike. This is where our Alvaro Hernandez is so valuable. Patrick Winkle. And the left-hand batter fouls it to the left, out of play. (6-1) Minnesota. They've out at the Red Sox 13-4. There's a foul left side out of play. Shortstop Myers almost behind the bag. Brian Van Bell played for Miami, Florida after spending 3 seasons at Broward Community College. Pitched for North Shore in the New England-based Futures League, foul to the backstop. He's from the Miami area and played at Archbishop McCarthy High School here in Florida. 6'3", right-hander. Be 29 soon. There's a fly ball to left center field, hit well. Back to the warning track. Anthony looks up. It's high off the wall by the screen. And here comes the runner being waved home. Throw to the plate. A chance to get him, but it's a little offline. And Rucker scores. Rucker held up at second. I don't know if he lost sight of that ball. It was clear it wouldn't be caught. It hit to the left of the 379-foot marker up by the screen, just to the left of that home run line. So another run for the Twins. Charged to Webb. Rucker scoring from first. A good throw might have had him. But Winkle with a double. So 7-1 for Minnesota. Had a ground ball, bounced to third off the bat of Urbina. Throw to first in time for the out. (7-1) Minnesota, or Minnesota as our friend Flash Phelps calls it, on 60s Gold. Beautiful state. I've never been there in the winter, fortunately. Alvaro Hernandez lived there. You have to know the Twins very well. He was there for the World Series win.
It's cold, cold, very cold.
A lot colder than Venezuela, right?
Yeah, a lot.
Strike one to Bass. He took over in the outfield. Here's the pitch home, and it's grounded hard. Second base side. Grabbed by Hamill. Shallow right on one knee. Steps up, fires to first to retire the side. Nice play. But the Twins get two more. They lead at 7-1. Stretch time at JetBlue and the Shaws and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Network.
You feel that? The NWSL is on ION.
Yeah, I feel it. It's game time.
Let's go! Lace them up. We're hitting up all your favorite clubs.
Showing off a little skill now. The shot and a goal! Run there!
The new Saturday Night Out is on ION all season long. Find ION wherever you watch.
ION. It's on.
Cause it's all about the money, money, money. All about the money, money, money.
Get in the game with Keno Fast Break. Today through March 30th, between 4 p.m. and 7 p.m., when you spend $5 or more on a Keno ticket, you'll score a free $1 4-spot Keno Quick Pick. That's more fun and even more chances to win. Just in time for the basketball tournament, Keno Fast Break is only available at a Rhode Island lottery retailer near you. Visit RILot.com for details. Must be 18 or older to play. Please play responsibly.
Mom, I need to lay low for a few days.
Lay low? What's going on?
I only paid for this Hyundai Tucson.
Christopher Allen Lynch.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the car or SUV you want at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Right now, get 2.99% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Santa Fe, Tucson, or Elantra. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offers end March 31st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Regresaron los Pro Días de Ahorros a Lowe's con ofertas por tiempo limitado. Ahorra hasta 40% en electrodomésticos selectos y además ahorra $100 extra por cada $1,000 de compra en electrodomésticos selectos. Además, no pierdas la oportunidad de activar y ganar 3 veces los puntos en herramientas selectas de Walt y Klein Tools. Lowe's, nosotros ayudamos, tú ahorras. Válido hasta 3/28. Selección varía por lugar hasta agotar existencias. Detalles y artículos que califican con un asociado o en Lowe's.com.
You're listening to Red Sox Spring Training Baseball
on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
So we move along here to the bottom of the 7th. Ref Snyder pinch hitting for Raffy Devers, who had 2 singles and drove in a run. Also had a strikeout. Ground ball single to right center and a line single to center. The pitch home, and Ref takes it low from the left-hander Cade Bragg, who got the last out in the 6th inning. Last of the 7th, 7-1 Twins. Foul to the right, out of play. So unless the Red Sox rally, the Chairman's Cup, Commissioner's Cup, will be a split. Club split last year as well. Red Sox were looking for their first Cup win since 2022 to even the all-time series. Minnesota has won it 15 times, the Red Sox 14 times. There have been 3 ties. Maybe a 4th tie with the way this one now stands. Ball 4, missing the ref. The Twins have won 95 games here in Fort Myers. The Red Sox 87. There have been 2 that ended in ties. For those keeping track of that, most people forget about it, especially once the season starts. Abraham Toro up. Hit by a pitch his first time up, and he takes it inside. Actually, Bregman was hit by the pitch, and Toro ran for him. Bregman was 0 for 2. Hit him around the foot. As we said, the Twins visit May 2nd through 4th, and then the Red Sox go to Target Field July 28th through 30th. Bragg delivers, and a swing and a miss at a high sinker. Red Sox actually opened Target Field against the Twins back in 2010. It's been a tough place for them to win. Metrodome was even tougher with those crazy happenings and bad bounces on the turf. Losing balls in the ceiling. Fouled out of play. Minneapolis used to be a Red Sox farm club. Carl Yastrzemski played there. So did Ted Williams. There's a high pop-up. Shallow right field. The second baseman out. Morales makes the catch. So Toro is retired. 1 out. And the first base spot is due in Sogard. Casas was 0 for 3, a strikeout and 2 flies to right. Switch hitter hitting right-handed against the lefty Bragg. Pitch is grounded foul, first base side. Framby De Leon is on deck. What is high? He played yesterday against the Rays. Oh, that's David Hamilton next. De Leon likely to play later. The 1-1 pitch. Foul to the right, out of play. Up on the roof here. One ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. There's one missing inside. Twins about hit the Red Sox. And one scoreboard has 13 hits, the other 14. We'll add them up. There's a line drive toward the gap in left center field. Crushed. It hits off the wall. On his way to third is Refsnyder. Throw to second. Not much on it. It's a double. Boy, a good throw would have had him, but it was a multi-hopper. And it's a double off the wall for Nick Sogard. Hunters at second and third with 1 down. And here's David Hamilton for a left-on-left matchup. He came in to replace Kristen Campbell, who struck out, fly to right, and walked. One missing high. Actually, he's hitting in the Story spot. Trevor was 1 for 3. Bragg's breaking ball is left outside. Strike over the outside edge. Two balls and a strike. Infield back with a big Twins lead here. That's outside. Here's the 3-1. Foul straight to the screen. Marcelo Meyer on deck. It's fun to watch these rookies. Meyer's from very mature approach, very disciplined. Bragg's 3-2 is taken high. Ball 4, that loads him up. And we're going to get a pitching coach visit here. For the love of a mouth-watering tender roast, hurry to Shaw's in Star Market. Right now, beef eye of the round roast or bottom round roast, just $3.97 a pound. When you use the digital coupon, limit 2, Shaw's in Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox radio network. Great to see the Fleming family here. Jen and Bailey and Charlie. Bailey beat us last night in dominoes at your house.
Yeah, your beautiful wife taught him a new game with trains and dominoes. I mean, it's kind of almost over my head. But, I mean, he woke up the first thing this morning. Can we get out the dominoes? Let's go again. And he won again.
And he almost won bingo.
He did.
But Jan beat him.
He is competitive, and I like that. It's a fine line with kids that age.
Here's Meyer. So left-on-left battle here at the pitching coach visit. Bragg delivers, and it's taken up and away, ball 1.
It's just down behind him. One last ice cream cone and one last Dell's lemonade. They're just below us. It's crazy. I'm not gonna see them for the better part of 2 weeks.
If you want to Mexico, then foul to the backstop, then Texas and Baltimore. We'll be thinking about you. We stay here in the sunshine.
No kidding. Well, we'll be thinking about you too, Joe. It's so different to be boarding an airplane to go on the opening road trip and not have you come with us.
Well, we'll miss it, certainly. Had a lot of fun this spring. Pitch is taken high.
I think it's not that difficult to squint and think about 12 months from right now, this guy, Marcelo Meyer, having been one of the breakout players of this year.
He almost gets hit with a pitch up and in.
And that he would come to camp next year with a job. And that, you know, he'd be the everyday, whether it's shortstop, second baseman, somewhere on the infield. And he has just really looked the part. I mean, all the headlines have been so much about Christian Campbell. And even Anthony, who's this physical beast who's been good. Marcelo just looks like a star ball player.
Very disciplined hitter. He swings and misses at an inside breaking ball. He tried to wait on it.
Every time you're around him, you come away impressed. Like, this guy has the it factor.
Number 1 draft pick. Almost certainly will pan out. I think every scout would agree with that. There's ball 4 inside. Another disciplined at bat. He walks in a run.
Wow.
And that's going to do it. Sometimes these games get out of hand.
I was going to say, the last day of spring, you're not supposed to have 7 pitching changes in the middle of innings.
That's why we're looking at a 3-hour event here, I think. 7-2, Minnesota, as we have a pitching change on the Shaws in Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Network.
Baseball is back and the team is stacked. Money was spent, players were at it, and from what we can see, everything looks perfect. Aha! But what about what we can't see? It's just like your drains and pipes. The ugly, nasty, sometimes stinky truth is often the one you don't see at first. Drains by James is your expert residential and commercial drain and pipelining service. We'll find it, clean it, and get it back to new. Available 24/7. Drains by James. We give a poop about your pipes.
Come visit CCL Homescape Showroom in Abington this year to experience our state-of-the-art kitchen showroom. At CCL Homescapes, our design team listens, understands your family's needs, and stays on the pulse of trends. We work with you to create a beautiful and efficient space that your family will enjoy for years to come. Our showroom is open 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday through Friday and 8 a.m. to noon on Saturday. Go to cclco.com to learn more about how we can create the kitchen of your dreams. cclco.com.
You're listening to Red Sox Spring Training Baseball on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
The bases are loaded. The new pitcher for the Twins is Paul Sean Pasqualato.
Oh, sure.
You remember him.
Of course.
He could be on our All-Eastern team, too, Pasqua.
It's true.
Like Danny Pasqua. Juana Pasqua. April 20th. So I'll first look at Paul Shawn. That's his first name. So he's got two first names in one. Here's Wilyer Abreu, who has walked, fouled out, and flied to right. So it's 7-2, Minnesota. The Twins pitchers have now walked 9. But they lead 7-2. Red Sox have had only 5 hits. The pitch to Wilyer is outside, ball 1. Usually late in spring training like this, you see the regulars going deeper into games and more of the regular bullpen arms, but not today. There's a high foul left side. Will it stay in the yard? Third baseman Alvarez gives a look, but it's into the seats.
You know, it's an interesting thing. Alex Cora made a pretty deliberate effort to change the way that they ramped up for spring training. The everyday players, when healthy, right out of the gates, played 5 innings in these games, which we've not seen before. Of course, they were derailed with guys like Abreu and Wong and Raffy because of injury.
Well, I think that's good. The pitch is swung on and missed. They play so many games today in this era, with 33 games, and the regulars don't play deeply into games, at least till later in spring training, but I think it's good to see they get more reps. A lot of guys you'll never see again will lead the league in plate appearances, lead the club. 1-2. Pasqualato is a right-hander. He comes over the top. There's a drive deep to left down the line toward the wall. Is it fair or foul? It is a foul ball off the side wall. Oh, that would have cleared the bases. But just a foul ball, so Bray will have to come back.
Well, with the homer yesterday and that swing, you're starting to see that the balance is back for him. And when he goes the other way, even a little bit, because he's always got pull side power. When he can stay balanced like that, not swing and miss, he is such a weapon.
Sogard at third, Hamilton at second, Meyer at first, and a 1-2 pitch coming to Abreu from Paul Shawn Pasqualato.
Why not a visit to the mound?
Why not?
You know, Joe, I do think it's worth pointing out, too, that, you know, we get so impatient today in baseball because these prospects come up sooner. They're stars earlier. And a lot of that is that people want controllable young players. They force the issue more. The players play year-round. They're more ready to be big league contributors. It's important to not judge a prospect or a first-year player too soon. Like, I think so many people in Boston would say that what Wilyer Abreu and Cedon Rafaela did last year, it's just baked in. That's the players they're going to be. You know as well as anybody, that's just not the case. There's a lot of room for growth.
Players don't always improve, but in this case, I think when you see the talent.
What is going on right now?
Pitch com problem, I guess.
How about 5 fingers? They still work, don't they? In the 7th inning of a spring game that's 7-2.
Be worth a try. Now we got a meeting of the infielders. The catcher and
it's like they're trying to swap one out. One of the middle infielders is going to give his over to the the relief pitcher here. At some point, the umpire's got to just take over and say enough is enough. Figure it out. I mean, to be fair, like for Pasqualato, this is a moment for him. I mean, it doesn't feel like that to the fans here or to the regulars who are going to be on opening day rosters, but this is a spot that really is important to him. He's trying to prove something in front of Rocco Baldelli. But you would hope at some point one of these umpires says, fellas, let's just go analog.
One and two. Pasqualato ready to deliver now to Wilyer Abreu. There it is. And it's low and away. Twins AAA club is nearby them in St. Paul. 1-2 pitch is grounded fair, grabbed by the first baseman deep behind the bag. And the out made 3 unassisted, but a run scores. Rucker with a putout, so an RBI for Abreu, and it's 7-3.
Just looking out on the base pass, though, Joe, you think about, I mean, Chaim Bloom gets credit for this, but the job that Craig Breslow's continued to do growing this farm system. Think about the people that were just involved in that play. Wilyer Abreu, Roman Anthony's going to hit now. You got Nick Sogard out there, Marcelo Meyer. I mean, it's just this litany of great young players.
Sogard scored, and Hamilton to third, Meyer to second. Roman Anthony walked in his plate appearance.
Maybe one more exclamation point for him here in camp. Big fly.
He takes a fastball outside.
One thing he does not do, though, Joe, you've seen it, he doesn't chase. I mean, he will not expand the zone.
He and Meyer both, great plate discipline. Here's the 1-1.
Ooh.
Fouled out of play. Hey, good swing by this powerful left-hand batter. He's only 20 years old.
Violent. I like it.
From Southern California, though, one of the scouts is telling us his father's family roots are around Syracuse. 1-2. Driven down the left field line toward the corner, and it is a foul ball. St. Paul Saints were an independent league club. Joe Morgan always told the story when Minneapolis Millers and St. Paul Saints were in the International League. He'd be up there with Atlanta. They have a morning game on a holiday like 4th of July. Morning game in Minnesota, afternoon game in St. Paul. So they pile into the cab, the players, to go to the ballpark in Minnesota, in Minneapolis, Nicollet Field, outside for a ball. And they get out of the cab and tell the cabbie without paying, but we'll catch you in St. Paul. And between games, he could go over to St. Paul and play the Dodger Farm Club. Strike called over the outside corner, backdoor breaking ball. I don't know. You might have appealed that if we had the system in place here. That retires the side. It's 7-3. Twins after 7 on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Network.
Lowe's sabe que buscas pinturas de buena calidad y a un buen precio. Por eso, como miembro de My Lowe's Pro Rewards, ahorra 20% en tus compras futuras de tintes y pinturas después de que tus gastos anuales calificados en pinturas lleguen a $3,000. Compra ahora y gana recompensas en productos de marcas de pintura confiables. Lowe's, nosotros ayudamos, tú ahorras. Excluye pintura en aerosol y mal tintados. Aplican más términos y condiciones. Detalles en Lowe's.com/terms. Sujeto a cambios.
Let's talk numbers. In-person therapy can cost anywhere from $100 to $250 per session, which adds up. But with BetterHelp Online Therapy, you can save on average up to 50% per session. Therapy should feel accessible, not like a luxury. With over 30,000 therapists, BetterHelp has served over 5 million people globally and helps you fit therapy into your busy life. Your well-being is worth it. Visit BetterHelp.com/grow today to get 10% off your first month.
Next Level Pet people give their dogs next level protection from parasites with NexGard Plus, Afoxolaner, Moxidectin, and Pyrantel chewable tablets. The one-and-done monthly treatment protects against fleas, ticks, heartworm disease, roundworms, and hookworms. NexGard Plus comes in a tasty beef-flavored chew, so you don't have to use next-level tricks to get your dog to take it. Use with caution in dogs with a history of seizures or neurologic disorders. Dogs should be tested for existing heartworm infection prior to starting a preventative. Talk to your vet about NexGard Plus for next-level protection for your dog.
You're listening to Red Sox Spring Training Baseball
on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
While we go into the 8th inning, this game is taking its time here on the final spring day at home in Fort Myers for the Red Sox. 7-3 Twins. Sox lately have had a lot of chances. Here's a ground ball to Meyer, who is just buttery smooth. It's short on 2 hops. He's got it. He throws to first, and that is quite welcome. 1 pitch and 1 out in the top of the 8th. Twins are an interesting club going into this season. They're without Royce Lewis. The health of Buxton, Lewis, Correa, always such a big question mark for them. Again, pitching is their strength. Pitch from Van Bell, who continues in the game, is a sinking fastball that really doesn't sink. More of a two-seamer that stayed up. And it is 1-0. The division is much better. The Tigers improved. 1-0. Fouled off. Straight back to the screen. The Guardians are always going to be in the mix. Jose Ramirez anchors their great team. What an incredible series they had with the New York Yankees. John Kensky Noel, that memorable home run against the Yanks. But in the end, New York had a little bit too much before falling to the Dodgers in the World Series. The 1-1 pitch is a beautiful curveball at the bottom of the zone in the outside corner to Wincor. Staying in the game, and it's 1-2. But it does feel like baseball is at its best when the AL East is at its best, and it feels like yet again the biggest, baddest division in baseball is back. The 1-2 is a little bit high to Wincor. It's 2-2. Injuries notwithstanding.
How about the NL West?
Yeah, I think that's the real arms race.
Dodgers, Arizona loaded. Giants better.
Of course, the NL East is pretty stacked too, with the Braves and Phillies here, and the Mets with Juan Soto. The 2-2 from Van Bell misses inside, and it's 3-2.
Don't underestimate the AL Central either. They've got maybe 4 teams that could win it.
3-2. Swinging a foul. I guess the question, Joe, in the modern game right now is that you're right. The AL Central's gotten better with Bobby Witt Jr., about the best player on planet Earth. The Tigers have added some big pieces. Their young core is starting to really grow. Obviously, these Twins are always a factor. 3-2, fouled straight back. To me, though, the question is, we know in baseball there's so many different champions year in and year out. You never can totally predict who's going to come out on top.
And there are some very bad teams. So you need a higher win total to win divisions.
And it's so important to handle business against those teams. The 3-2 misses inside him. That's the kind of thing, in the grand scheme, it's not the biggest deal in the world. But, I mean, you're ahead of a hitter 1-2, and you just start nibbling with 4 different pitches. You walk them. That is not the plan for Brian Van Bell, as the Twins will send Jefferson Morales to the plate.
And the White Sox can't possibly be as bad, but they're not going to be good either.
A long rebuild for them as the fastball misses up and in.
How about Miami?
Danny De Andrade, by the way, is running for Wincor. Yeah, they spent $0 basically in the offseason, the Marlins.
They released a lot of people.
1 on, 1 out, 7-3 Twins in the 8th as this pitch misses inside. I guess the question becomes, do you have a high enough ceiling to hang with teams like the Dodgers and in some ways the Yankees and hopefully now the Red Sox and even the Mets and Padres and Braves and Phillies in the National League? 2-0 is inside. It seems to me, Joe, you might disagree, but I do think the National League is pretty clearly the better league right now.
They have the top teams.
And I sort of think a lot of people are sleeping on what the Atlanta Braves could be. You get Acuna and Strider back at some point as a 3-0 sinker from Van Bell as a strike, and it's 3-1.
Yeah, the injuries really killed them last year, but they're going to be very good.
3 balls and 1 strike. Is a double play ball, you hope. Hamilton flips to Meyer for 1, over to first. 2, double play. Beautifully done. Hamilton, Meyer, and Sogard. Van Bell pitches out of a mess. We go to Sweet Caroline for the final time at Fenway South. 7-3. Twins lead on the Shaws and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Regresaron los Pro Días de Ahorros a Lowe's con ofertas por tiempo limitado. Ahorra hasta 40% en electrodomésticos selectos y además ahorra $100 extra por cada $1,000 de compra en electrodomésticos selectos. Además, no pierdas la oportunidad de activar y ganar 3 veces los puntos en herramientas selectas de Walt y Klein Tools. Lowe's, nosotros ayudamos, tú ahorras. Válido hasta 3/28. Selección varía por lugar hasta agotar existencias. Detalles y artículos que califican con un asociado o en Lowe's.com.
Let's talk numbers. In-person therapy can cost anywhere from $100 to $250 per session, which adds up. But with BetterHelp Online Therapy, you can save on average up to 50% per session. Therapy should feel accessible, not like a luxury. With over 30,000 therapists, BetterHelp has served over 5 million people globally and helps you fit therapy into your busy life. Your well-being is worth it. Visit BetterHelp, HELP.com/grow today to get 10% off your first month.
Next Level Pet people give their dogs next level protection from parasites with NexGard Plus, afoxolaner, moxidectin, and pyrantel chewable tablets. The one and done monthly treatment protects against fleas, ticks, heartworm disease, roundworms, and hookworms. NexGard Plus comes in a tasty beef flavored chew, so you don't have to use next level tricks to get your dog to take it. Use with caution in dogs with a history of seizures or neurologic disorders. Dogs should be tested for existing heartworm infection prior to starting a preventative. Talk to your vet about NexGard Plus for next level protection for your dog.
Robert Half research indicates 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. If you have open roles, chances are you're feeling this too. That's why you need Robert Half. Our specialized recruiting professionals engage their skills with our award-winning AI to connect businesses of all sizes with highly skilled talent in finance and accounting, technology, marketing, and creative, legal and administrative, and customer support. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com today.
You're listening to Red Sox Spring Training Baseball on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
For the final time in Fort Myers, Sweet Caroline, as Mark Colsveri takes the pitch from Pasqualato. There's a lot of letters in two last names, Colsveri and Pasqualato. The net result is a slider for a ball. So it's 1-0, and Colsveri hits a chopper toward third. Miguel Briseño is the new third baseman, and he fields it foul and out of play, so it is 0-2. Zach Coe's been back at the booth, in the booth, on the board at WEEI. Doug Lane here in the JetBlue Park broadcast booth, along with Al Hernandez. We thank all of you for spending so many of your spring afternoons with us, both on the FM and AM dials, and we're very excited starting Thursday to play games that matter, that count towards the standings and the bottom line of what appears to be, very well could be, an exciting season for the Sox. Colsveri grounds one on the right side off the glove of the Twins' second baseman into the outfield, and Colsveri wins the battle of vowels with a leadoff hit in the bottom of the eighth. I mean, honestly, you could make a case. We'd have to run the Elias Sports Bureau on this, but Colsveri, pronounced Colsveri, versus Pasqualato, that's got to be one of the great combinations of total vowels in the history of the game. Here is a man with three vowels in his name, Noria, whose first name is Frainer Noria, F-R-A-N-Y-E-R. So Franger Noria. As another man who knows a thing or two about vowels in his last name rejoins, Joe Castiglione, as Noria pops one on the backside of second base, and it's handled there by the Twins shortstop. That is no longer Wincourt, that's De Andrade, and there's the first out in the eighth inning. I guess if you had Saltalamacchia against Pasqualato, that might be the all-time vowel matchup in baseball history. Throw to first, not Mark Zepchinski. If he were on the mound, that wouldn't count much. The Red Sox
Salty had 13 letters.
What do you have, 11 or 12?
11. Yeah. Same as Nomar.
Your Hall of Fame class inductee cohort. One out in the eighth inning, 7-3. Here's the pitch to Refsnyder. Down and away for a ball. The Red Sox have Justinson Garcia. They call him Password here in camp. That's his nickname. Mark Zepchinski, a longtime left-handed reliever, had another one of the great nicknames as Refsnyder lashes one foul. I think I'll look it up on Baseball Reference, but his name is something like RZCYEPCNSKI, something like that. And his in-clubhouse nickname was Scrabble.
Well, I mentioned earlier, Doug Gosch, a San Diego catcher, GWODSZ. They call him iChart.
Also very good. Let's see. Mark Zepchinski, RZEPCZYNSKI. Not bad by me on a guess.
Very close.
He pitched a lot of years in the big leagues. Cleveland, Toronto, St. Louis.
It was tough against the Red Sox.
1-2 is a little bit low. Refsnyder's not seen a ton of activity in camp, but I think that speaks to his solidified role on the roster, Joe. In years past, he had to kind of prove himself a little bit, but now the Red Sox really value him as a big-time utility piece.
Played against a lot of right-handers in the spring.
2-2 is popped up on the foul side of first, back of the plate in the end, and it will make the seats. Yet another final souvenir for the fans here in Fort Myers. I always feel so torn about this time of year, and I know, Joe, you've spent so much time here in the off seasons, fallen in love with Southwest Florida and coming over to the ballpark for fantasy camps and instructional leagues and all the things that go on at this ballpark. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Here it is, swinging a foul. There is a continuing romance about spring training baseball, and this goes back a century or so once teams started to come down here and train. And there is something so great about escaping the cold of New England and coming down here to take in greenery and sunshine. And by the way, low pressure baseball, which is such a cool thing. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Pasqualado throws, and that is strike 3 called on the inside corner. Refsnyder didn't necessarily agree, but they're 2 down. And so we all live for the adrenaline and the intensity of the regular season, and it will be really fun to get things going on Thursday. But at the same time, everyone, every player and staff member and coach is not only accessible, but they're relaxed down here, and that is such a wonderful gift.
It really is. The rites of spring, you don't see guys running the outfield with the games going on anymore because they have so many other fields, but they don't run as much either.
Here's Abraham Toro, hits a line drive into center field, and that is caught out there for the final out of the bottom of the 8th. 1 more inning to go in the Fort Myers season. We'll wax a little bit more poetic about the joys of spring training when we return. Twins 7, Red Sox 3 on the Shaw's N-Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Regresaron los Pro Días de Ahorros a Lowe's con ofertas por tiempo limitado. Ahorra hasta 40% en electrodomésticos selectos y además ahorra $100 extra por cada $1,000 de compra en electrodomésticos selectos. Además, no pierdas la oportunidad de activar y ganar 3 veces los puntos en herramientas selectas de Walt y Klein Tools. Lowe's, nosotros ayudamos, tú ahorras. Válido hasta 3/28. Selección varía por lugar hasta agotar existencias. Detalles y artículos que califican con un asociado o en Lowe's.com.
Let's talk numbers. In-person therapy can cost anywhere from $100 to $250 per session, which adds up. But with BetterHelp Online Therapy, you can save on average up to 50% per session. Therapy should feel accessible, not like a luxury. With over 30,000 therapists, BetterHelp has served over 5 million people globally and helps you fit therapy into your busy life. Your well-being is worth it. Visit BetterHelp.com/grow today to get 10% off your first month.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
You're listening to Red Sox Spring Training Baseball
on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Let's take a 10-second break right now on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Network.
From the WEEI studios, 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Jonathan Brand is the new Red Sox pitcher from the right side as we finally arrive in the top of the 9th inning. New hitter for the Twins is Dalton Sheffield. Not to be confused with Gary Sheffield, one of the most fearsome right-handed hitters in the last 30 or 40 years. He does not, this Sheffield, point his bat out toward the pitcher as Gary used to do. 7-3 Twins. They've out-hit the Red Sox 14-6. The final inning of Fort Myers baseball this spring as a pitch misses upstairs. And it is 1-1. Jonathan Brand. I'll tell you a little bit about him in a moment. You know, Joe, I heard a great interview with Chipper Jones yesterday talking about his career. 1-1 pitch, misses inside. And he said that the toughest pitcher that he ever faced in his career was your good friend Roger Clemens. And I loved listening to his explanation as to why. 2-1. Brand throws and a swing and a foul by Sheffield back to the screen. He said, I faced Randy Johnson, I faced Pedro Martinez, I faced a lot of the greats of all time, but neither Pedro nor the big unit really cared that much about the edges of the plate, command. They just threw down the middle, and their stuff was so overpowering. He said Roger never, ever threw a pitch over the middle of the plate as Sheffield fouls a 2-2 pitch back. He said there was something about the angle from which Roger delivered off the mound that made it feel like everything was going to be low or off the plate, and that every time it caught the bottom of the zone or the outside corner.
He had amazing command.
2-2 is a shot up the middle, hanging curveball, and Sheffield did not miss it. I love talking to Rich Gedman about that, about how early in Roger's career, Geddy, of course, was shepherding him into the big leagues as a new ace for the Red Sox. And so often Roger, early in games, would be mixing in off-speed stuff and breaking pitches, and Geddy would go to the mound and say, Roger, throw the fastball. They will not hit it. And sure enough, Roger started peppering the glove inside and out. The pitch to Fedko from Brand. We've reached that part of the program. Misses outside, and that's ball one.
It changed today. Talking to scouts about this, it used to be that if a guy was strolling along, he'd establish the fastball, throw fastballs, and wouldn't break out the entire repertoire till later in the game.
This ball is hit high into left field, right in front of the manual scoreboard, and it's going to absolutely bang off the green. It catches the wall and caroms back into left field, so that'll be a Fenway South double for Fedko. Franyer Noria couldn't make the play with a leap.
Now you might see in one batter entire repertoire for a pitcher. Of course, they don't pitch this deeply into the games either, which may be part of the reason. But that's a change in today's baseball.
You were around for quite a lot of sea changes, Joe. Right around the time of the advent of the designated hitter. Just after that, you came into the big leagues as a fastball is high from Rucker. And I think you could make the argument that the pitch clock and the banning of the shifts and all these other things are the biggest sort of ground moving rule changes since that time.
It's too bad they didn't happen 10 years before. I think we'd have more baseball fans today.
I do too. 1-0 with second and third infield in. Here's a high fly down the right field line toward the pesky pole. Long run over for Abreu. You're happy to see him put the brakes on there rather than crash into the wall. It is a foul ball slicing out of play, and it's 1-1.
I think a lot of young fans were lost with the length of those games and the lack of action more than the length, really.
Yeah, pitchers got better. They threw harder. They spun the ball more. There were 0 balls in play, not nearly as many as in the 80s and 90s and even the home run eras of the early 2000s. 7-3 Minnesota here in the top of the 9th inning. Infield is in. Marcelo is all the way into the grass. Here's a shot into left, and Noria cannot make the play, and that will score a couple of runs. Noria's throw, though, is up the line. Colsvary applies the tag, blocks the plate, and he is out. So, Franyer Noria, an outfield assist from left. That was a bullet on the money and perfectly handled there by Colsvary at the plate. And that is how the Red Sox at last get the first out in this top of the 9th. So the Twins now lead at 8-3. And I know, Joe, you and I kind of struggled with this at the same time where, on the one hand, you felt like it was and is a blessing to sit in Major League Baseball booths and go around the country and go to these wonderful parks and see Major League games that mattered to a lot of people and tell stories and learn the life patterns of these players. One out as time is called, I guess actually just sort of a step off of the mound by Brand here. But you and I knew it in our hearts that the game was deteriorating. There just was not enough action. There wasn't enough balls in play. And the clock has changed some of that. The pitch is up and away. I don't think it's a complete and finished job, though, yet. I think there's more work to do. There's still too many strikeouts. The pitchers still have such great stuff. We still need to kind of make some more progress.
The strikeouts are still a big issue.
1-0. Here it is. Popped up. on the left side, drifting behind the bag. Toro is back into left and sort of wobbling. He's there to make the play for the second out of the top of the ninth. We're not ever, I don't think, going to go back to the AstroTurf days of the 80s where we got a bunch of slap hitters putting the ball in play, bunting, hitting, and running. I don't think that's going to come back. But one of the appealing things about this Red Sox team is that they do embrace, lean into, and value the speed that they have with guys like Duran and Hamilton and even Rafaela and Abreu. It's a really much more entertaining brand to watch. Here's Urbina, right-hander for the Twins, and that from Brand is a strike on the inside corner. Isn't that the game you fell in love with? Balls in play and guys running all over the place.
Yes, and it's so necessary. And I think we've seen that the really good teams are athletic as well as powerful.
0-1 is hammered deep to left field. I don't think it's high enough to get out, but it's high off the screen of the monster, and that's going to be a wall ball double for Urbina. And another run comes in for Minnesota. It's 9-3. I do think that it's part of the magic of the Orioles over the last couple of years, even though they faded in the postseason again last year. Not only do they have these young, talented players, but they can move. They take the extra 90 feet. They're slick defensively. They run. And to me, I know they were in the World Series last year. I know that people don't want to hear criticism of what the New York Yankees have done or are doing. The 0-1 pitch misses inside, but I still don't think, other than maybe Volpe, they really have embraced the new rules and the way to maximize, these sort of two-way players that can change a game on the bases.
Being athletic.
1-0, 9-3 Twins. That one misses outside. Brand is having a tough time here today, which is understandable. It's the final inning of spring training, kind of a blowout game, and pressure on his shoulders. 2 balls and no strikes. Pitch is fouled back to the screen.
I do think, though, the Yankees made some good moves to get Clay Bellinger and Paul Goldschmidt, who can take advantage of that right field porch because they were a right-hand hitter like some of the greats used to do, like Moose Skowron and Clete Boyer hitting opposite field home runs with that short porch, Elston Howard.
They signed Max Fried as well. 2-1 pitch is lined down the left field line, but slicing foul.
But I think you're right about the athleticism. Although Jazz Chisholm gives them more, and Volpe can steal bases.
They still have a huge question at third base. They didn't bring in another right-handed hitter, especially now with Stanton down. Heel and Cole are down. Now Schmidt is on the injured list. So I think the Yankees have just about as many question marks as they do answers going into a season after the one in which they were in the World Series, the 2-2. Here's a little looper into right field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Abreu's still in the game, and so they will hold the runner at third. A 2-hop missile that would have had the runner. So a base hit, runners at the corners with 2 outs. Host your next team building or client event at America's most historic ballpark. Secure exclusive hospitality areas for the biggest games of the year. Visit redsox.com/groups and click Group Hospitality Information to learn more. Doug Lane has taught me to tear these drops in half when I finish them, so I'm happy to do that. Trying to simplify things. First and third, 2 down. The pitch is a high curveball, they call it. It sort of had slider action from a 3/4 slot that missed for a ball. And it is 1-0. The Orioles, Corbin Burns is gone. He signed the huge deal with the Arizona Diamondbacks. Grayson Rodriguez begins the year on the injured list as a chopper toward third is handled by Toro. He goes to second, a wide throw, but Hamilton athletically is there to make the play. The inning is over. 3 more outs to go in the spring season. Sox trailing the Twins 9-3 in the Shaws and Star Market. WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
En Lowe's, aprovecha los descuentazos solo para miembros de My Lowe's durante fiesta de primavera. Ahorra $40 en un grifo dorado Allen & Roth Chesler, antes $99, ahora $59. Además, ahorra $110 en el kit de una orilladora y un soplador inalámbricos con batería Cobalt de 40 voltios, antes $279, ahora $169. Válido hasta 3/24, hasta agotar existencias. Programa sujeto a términos y condiciones. Detalles en lowes.com/terms. Sujeto a cambios.
Next level pet people give their dogs next level protection from parasites with NexGard Plus, afoxolaner, moxidectin, and pyrantel chewable tablets. The one and done monthly treatment protects against fleas, ticks, heartworm disease, roundworms, and hookworms. NexGard Plus comes in a tasty beef flavored chew, so you don't have to use next level tricks to get your dog to take it. Use with caution in dogs with a history of seizures or neurologic disorders. Dogs should be tested for existing heartworm infection prior to starting a preventative. Talk to your vet about NexGard Plus for next level protection for your dog.
Robert Half research indicates 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. If you have open roles, chances are you're feeling this too. That's why you need Robert Half. Our specialized recruiting professionals engage their skills with our award-winning AI to connect businesses of all sizes with highly skilled talent in finance and accounting, technology, marketing and creative, legal and administrative, and customer support. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com today.
You're listening to Red Sox Spring Training Baseball on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Another Val King, Jacob Bosiokovic, is on for the Minnesota Twins. For the bottom of the ninth, Twins lead the Sox 9-3. Nick Sogard, who seems very likely to make the team, takes a fastball off the plate inside to the backstop, and that is ball one. Alex Cora, Joe, loves this guy, Nick Sogard. He made such a great impression in his debut a year ago. Can play so many different positions. Handles himself so well at the plate. The 0-1 is a strike. Backdoor slider, and it's 0-2. It feels like Gonzalez, Sogard, Hamilton, and Refsnyder will be sort of the bench guys with Narvaez as the backup catcher, as a swing and a foul out of play on the third base side. But that does assume that Christian Campbell makes the team. And I just think, reading the tea leaves, he started all these days in a row. He's looked pretty good defensively, hit the homer yesterday. I think they're really committed to giving him a good look out of the gates. 1-2. Hamilton, by the way, is on deck, and a cut fastball in the dirt. 2-2. And one other really good thing about having people like Hamilton, Refsnyder, Gonzalez, Sogard on the bench is that Alex Cora does such a wonderful job of maximizing chances for them and finding the right matchups. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Here it is. Check swing. Did he go? No. But given the score and time of day, that might have been rung up, but no. And it's 3-2. Pasqualado is really earning his per diem today. He throws, and Sogard swings and misses at a cutter. And there's the first out of the top of the ninth. Everyone will pick the LA Dodgers to repeat as World Series champions, and why not? I mean, they dominated everybody a year ago, and they added more and more. It seemed like every big free agent, headlined by Sasaki, joined the LA Dodgers in this offseason. Just an embarrassment of riches. Here's the pitch to David Hamilton. That is on the outside corner for a strike.
And Mookie, everyday shortstop.
Isn't he a marvel? No matter where you put him, he is exceptional. 1 out, bottom 9. Spring training in Florida winding down as David Hamilton takes a cutter. Generous call at this time of the game, and it's a strike, 0-2. WAR and all the advanced metrics may not shake it out this way, but I think Mookie Betts has a chance to go down as one of the true all-time greats as Dave Hamilton takes strike 3 call on the outside corner, 2 away. And I know that's a sore subject in Boston, Joe, but every time he takes the field, he electrifies. The things he's done defensively to jolt those Dodgers to these 2 world championships. Marcus Lynn Betts is truly one of the greats of his time.
No question, a generational player.
So here's Marcelo Meyer. The Red Sox hope he can be exactly that. He takes the fastball a little bit high for ball one. How long did it take you to know that about Mookie, that he would shine in the way that he has?
Well, he didn't show that he'd be that type of player coming up through the system. You saw the ability.
0-1 is a strike on the outside corner. 0-2.
He established himself so quickly.
Red Sox will have Garrett Crochet opening day, then Tanner Houck and Walker Buehler 1-2-3 in Texas, followed by Richard Fitz, who'll pitch tomorrow in Mexico as the 0-2 to Meyer. He has a cut fastball low and away, and it's 1-2. It seems like Sean Newcomb is going to be the number 5 starter for the Red Sox. Alex Cora basically admitted as much when he was on the telecast with Nesson earlier today. 2-1 to Meyer. A little bit high. And it's 3 balls and 1 strike to Marcelo. Seems like Aroldis Chapman's going to be the closer. Whitlock, Slayton, Hendricks, the setup men, as Meyer takes a 3-1 pitch right there for a strike, and it's a full count. I think a lot of Red Sox fans will be wondering when the day comes that we see this young man, Marcelo Meyer, at Fenway for the first time. 3-2, the pitch. Swing and a pop foul, because of all the big 3, it's amazing. It sort of shows you what prospect rankings really do mean. Christian Campbell and Roman Anthony vaulted into the top 5, top 10 of overall rankings, and Marcelo was sort of under the radar as 2 straight injury-ravaged seasons knocked him down a little bit, but he has had the best camp of all of them. The 3-2 is ripped on the line, and it is just foul. That looked like it might have caught some chalk over the first base bag, but called a foul ball, and it stays 3-2.
Marcelo thought it was a fair ball.
I did too. And that might have been one that were at the regular season get looked at because it was in the air over the bag. As it is, I think probably the guys on the backfields, the clubbies who are packing the trucks and getting everything ready to go to the airplanes, are not that upset if this thing concludes and get on down to Monterrey, Mexico. 9-3 Twins, 2 down in the bottom of the 9th. Boziakovic throws, and Meyer takes ball 4 to the backstop, so the game will continue for now.
10 walks issued by the Twins.
That's how you get to 4:20 p.m. on the final home game of spring training. One last at bat for Wilyer Abreu. Crochet, Houck, Buehler, those top 3. That's as good a top 3 as the Red Sox have had, really going back to 2018 when they won the World Series. Here's Wilyer, who takes a strike at the top of the zone. And I think Crochet, he's not an X-Factor, Joe, because everybody knows the promise and the ability, but he could emerge as one of the great aces in all of baseball. 0-1 to Abreu, the pitch. High fly down the left field line toward the corner, and foul. Out to play into the seats. And so the Red Sox are now down to their final strike. If Abreu can reach, Roman Anthony would be next. Oh, and 2 to Wilyer Abreu. 2 down in the bottom of the 9th. 9-3 Minnesota. Boziakovic throws, and Abreu takes just low and outside. And it's 1-2. Doug Lane has this amazing ability to pack everything up without, like, the 5 essential cables that are needed to get us on the air, because he's hitting the road north up I-95 to get back toward Boston tonight. 1-2. The pitch is fouled back to the screen. That was pretty vintage. Abreu's cut from the left side. Not a foul ball, and it's 1-2. We thank Doug for all of his work here in spring training. I mean, he does such a wonderful job in the regular year, but the spring training, setting everything up, he drives down, gets everything established before everyone else arrives. 1-2 is down and in. Plus, he taught me some new magic tricks this spring, so I'm forever indebted.
Did you go diving with him for sharks?
That's next. That's next year. We'll be looking for conch shells and starfish and everything else next year. 2 balls and 2 strikes. To Abreu, the pitch. Swing and a miss. Ball game over. The Twins win the Red Sox final home affair in Fort Myers by the final score of 9-3. Today would have maybe been a little bit more fun had we been scuba diving. But as it is, spring training comes to a close here in Florida. We'll be in Mexico tomorrow. Joe and I back with some final thoughts right after this on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Lowe's sabe que buscas pinturas de buena calidad y a un buen precio. Por eso, como miembro de My Lowe's Pro Rewards, ahorra 20% en tus compras futuras de tintes y pinturas después de que tus gastos anuales calificados en pinturas lleguen a $3,000. Compra ahora y gana recompensas en productos de marcas de pintura confiables. Lowe's, nosotros ayudamos, tú ahorras. Excluye pintura en aerosol y mal tintados. Aplican más términos y condiciones. Detalles en Lowe's.com/terms. Sujeto a cambios.
Next Level Pet people give their dogs next level protection from parasites with NexGard Plus, afoxolaner, moxidectin, and pyrantel chewable tablets. The one and done monthly treatment protects against fleas, ticks, heartworm disease, roundworms, and hookworms. NexGard Plus comes in a tasty beef flavored chew, so you don't have to use next level tricks to get your dog to take it. Use with caution in dogs with a history of seizures or neurologic disorders. Dogs should be tested for existing heartworm infection prior to starting a preventative. Talk to your vet about NexGard Plus for next level protection for your dog.
You're listening to Red Sox Spring Training Baseball on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Fans filing out at JetBlue Park, always sort of a bittersweet time here in Southwest Florida as the Red Sox Florida portion of spring training has come to a close. 2 in Mexico, then off to Texas, where the Sox will open on Thursday with Garrett Crochet on the mound. So fun to have Joe Castiglione with us throughout the spring, and especially here today in the finale. Not a lot to talk about from this game, Joe, because it was one of those clunkers. Buehler kind of a late scratch. Criswell struggled, and from there things just kind of went off the rails. Not that that matters at all. But taking it to that 35,000-foot view, Crochet on Thursday in Texas, the arrival of a bona fide ace. You had it with Roger, you had it with Pedro, you had it with Chris Sale and Rick Porcello in the glory years of the Red Sox. Don't you think that even though Bregman and Devers have been sort of the headline makers and the young prospects, don't you agree that the arrival of Garrett Crochet is the thing that most impacts the potential for this season?
Well, there's no question, because you have a number 1 starter. You still got to prove that, because he was a reliever, and then the White Sox guided him very slowly along last year, that he can go deeply into games, but he certainly has the potential to be an outstanding starter. And if you have a number 1, many teams don't, it really does put you a cut above. I think that's very big. I think the offense will be good enough. Some questions about the bullpen. We'll see who closes. And I think it could be a very good season for the Red Sox. And, of course, the X factor always remains health.
It does indeed. And the Red Sox, by and large, have been pretty fortunate. I mean, you got the injuries to Bayo and Crawford and Giolito. It seems like Bayo and Giolito are on pace to kind of join the team in the first or second week of the year. Crawford is probably a little bit more of a question mark as to whether or not that can be a permanent fix for him, or whether or not he might even need something like surgery. But this is the most depth of pitching they've had in a long time. And so Bregman arrives. Casas back fully healthy. Cedon, Rafaela, Wilyer, Abreu trying to take another leap in their second year as sort of established big league players. I think, Joe, that what Bregman could mean for this team is sort of hard to overstate.
Well, he certainly gives them leadership, Gold Glove defense at third base. He's a clutch hitter, and he's made for Fenway. So I think it's a big, big plus, and it's a big reason why they are much improved from last year.
Well, we know we're going to have a fun year, but it will not be as fun because you're not going to be with us, Joe. We're going to see you some at Fenway Park. You're going to be in the suite. You're going to do some games with us. We sure hope that's the case. But it feels very strange on this last day of spring training to be leaving and not have you come on the bus and the airplane with us.
Well, it'd be a very strange opening day when we're down here, but life moves on, and we've had a lot of fun over the years, met a lot of great people, and I know you'll carry the ball and be a wonderful and very worthy successor.
I appreciate that very much, Joe. It's been very fun to spend some time with you here in spring. Enjoy the sunshine.
We will. It's been beautiful.
Thanks so much to Doug Lane, to Alvaro Hernandez, who's such a warrior down here. And, you know, the thing about Al is he works hard, he's great at it, he loves it, but he's also just a great friend to both you and me. So that's the most important thing by far.
Yeah, we've been really blessed to have him for 3 years now, and we hope that can continue for you here in the booth. Because
I promise you it will. That's something I inherit, and I'm glad to take on, that's for sure.
It relieves a lot of stress when number 98 comes to bat and he's not on the roster.
No doubt about that. Thanks to Zach Coe back at the WEEI studio. For Joe Castiglione, Al Hernandez, and Doug Lane, Will Fleming saying so long from Florida. We hope to be on the air tomorrow in Mexico. It is a 9:10 East Coast start, 7:10 down there against the Sultanes de Monterrey. Red Sox and the Sultanes tomorrow. Joe, we miss you down there, but Viva Mexico. On we go.
Carry on.
We will. Thanks so much. That was great, and goodbye to Southwest Florida for one more year. We'll talk to you tomorrow night from Mexico on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
You've been listening to Red Sox Spring Training on the WEEI Shaw's Star Market Red Sox Network.
This has been a presentation of Odyssey Sports. For even more coverage of your team, download the free Odyssey app and listen to your favorite stations, shows, and podcasts.
This Odyssey Sports broadcast has been brought to you by Geico. Switch and save. Get more with Geico.
Titles, the last one 10 years ago, 17 Final Fours the last time 3 years ago. This Duke team looks like it's raring to go, and it's either Arizona or Oregon. We'll find out who later on out in Seattle at Climate Pledge Arena, who they face from the West Coast. If they do get a victory over Baylor here in the second half. Baylor has it first. They'll touch it back for Rob Wright III. The freshman guard tucks it into the post. O'Meara with the first touch. Two-hand pass high in the left. Around the arc, Jeremy Roach. Off to Wright between the rings. Skating to the right side. James there marking him. Out to O'Meara. A foot fake from the summit. He'll drive down the right lane line. His shot is good. Up over Malawach. And very quickly we see why they need Norchad O'Meara. It's a 15-point game.
He puts everyone in their own place.
Cooper Flagg running down the left lane line. His shot no good, and it's redirected over the backboard by Duke out of bounds. It's Baylor ball, you were saying?
Just Norchad O'Meara. He puts everyone in their place. He makes everyone comfortable. It's not just about the production that he brings to the table, but it's how he elevates those around him. And even a possession like that they run to him right out of the gates, he plays bigger than his size. He elevates above Malawach.
Well, he just hip-checked with a screen. Sion James, right fadeaway jumper, right side of the lane, no good. And a rebound fight, battle for it down there. It's Cooper Flagg and O'Meara, and it's a tie-up. It will go to Duke. Cooper Flagg wasn't letting go. Neither was O'Meara. Flagg to throw it from the right end line. He'll two-hand it for Knippel with Wright on his back. He nearly picked up his third foul. Hit ahead, caught by James. Swooping in, left lane line. Scoop shot is good, right at the 10-2 for Sion James. Duke by 17 again.
Baylor tried to put on full court pressure, and Duke broke it immediately. Got an easy one on the left side.
There is Roach piercing the lane, steps back, shot over Proctor is smooth. 2 for Jeremy Roach, who was in early foul trouble. The former Blue Devil makes it a 15-point game. 18:49 to go. Duke. Sion James into the front court at the A in March Madness at the logo. for Knipple, high on the right side. One dribble, sends it around the arc for Cooper Flagg, who calls out a cut. Knipple shucks away the defender Edgecombe. It is Flagg driving on O'Meara with 3 fouls. His shot is up and in. Cooper Flagg saw dollar signs there in terms of foul trouble for O'Meara. And it's 51-34. He was trying to ring up the cash register.
And we've seen that at different points of the game. Duke recognizes the areas they need to attack, and they did so right there.
He sent Knipple out of the way so he could take O'Meara, who's going to drive here into Malawach, lean in and score. A muscular move by O'Meara. He's got 4 in the second half. Duke by 15 again.
6-7 versus 7-2, and it doesn't matter. O'Meara has so much strength. He just moved him out of the way at the block.
No, he doesn't mind. He is a tractor down there. Proctor Olave. It's a catch and a cut. And Malawach absolutely torments the rim with 2 hands. Duke by 17, 53-36.
Again, though, Duke going inside. They will continue to try and attack or put pressure around where O'Meara is at to hope that he picks up another foul.
He's got the ball, trying to sway it left. He just nicks it with his hand to pass it for Love, who probes and floats from the foul line. That's no good. Rebound to the corner. Down on the ground. It is out of bounds off of Baylor. Knipple got a hand on it, trying to ward off Langston Love. And Love was the guy on the ground who touched the ball. Inbound pass from Cooper Flagg. He'll get it right back from Sion James. Flagg racing into the front court, trading paint with Wright. On a lob down low for Malawach. It pinballs to Wright. High-risk play for Cooper Flagg there. And Baylor with Edgecombe sending the defense away. He'll drive the left lane boundary and get fouled. Malawach crumples down into a seated position in a heap as his teammates help him up. But 2 free throws coming for Baylor. (53-36) Duke the lead. 17:06 to go. Foul on Sion James is his first for Duke. Just the 7th team foul against the Blue Devils all game. BJ Edgecombe to the free throw line. The former New York